And you're good.
For the day, what's the January 23rd, we're reopening the recess meeting for the Village Hall Retreat. We're going to jump right into it. I think next up on the agenda, Jill.
The finance presentation.
Finance presentation.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to your favorite presentation of the retreat. Finance. All right. Let's talk about some updates from my department. So I am super proud, and I'm going to say it again, that we were the first municipality in all of Union County to turn in our audit to the LGC this past year, which is so lovely because in previous years we were meeting extensions and we were a little bit behind, but now that we've got Tyler Technologies up and running, audit was smooth and we were able to get it done super early. We also had no audit findings for last fiscal year. You guys heard the presentation from the auditors already, so a lot of that was covered. One interesting thing about having some extra time to comb through our records is I was able to just kind of do an internal audit of our assets and found that we had over $3.5 million of roads that we did not have listed on our capital assets. These were roads that were taken on back in like 2017 and 18, usually, maybe some in 21. So just we did an adjustment on our audit. It's called a previous year adjustment, and that brought our net position up to over 19 million once we fixed that. So moving forward, Hunter and I and Davey, the three of us will work together to make sure that any roads that you all accept, we will automatically put on a list to be added to our assets every year so that that doesn't happen again. Oh, that's actually not correct. That next bullet passed all 4 certification exams. I've actually only passed 2. I've passed 3. I can't take the 4th one yet, so that'll be next fall. But maybe I'm just putting good vibes into the universe with that bullet there. I did completely revamp our accounts receivable process. We don't have an accounts receivable module in Tyler, so I do have to do it manually. And it was just a matter of coming up with a process that would be smooth and streamlined, which we have. And already this year, I have invoiced over $60,000 between developer fees and fee in lieu and solid waste, and we've already collected over 50,000 in the door. So it's a lot smoother, the invoices are going out quicker and the money's coming in faster. I also implemented cash flow and investment strategies to maximize our returns. When I got back from the School of Government, I was able to call the bank and renegotiate better interest rates on our money that's just been sitting with them. We went from like 0.3% interest to 3.3. So we were getting piddly amounts of interest on over $1 million that they were sitting on, maybe like $400 a month in interest. And now we're getting well over $3,000 a month in interest. So that's money that we didn't budget for. So it's just additional revenue that's coming in. Thank you. And then of course was able to come back to you all to start the ball rolling with investing even more with the trust. And that's still in process. I also check in weekly with department heads just to make sure that we're all on the same page when it comes to projects, purchase orders, big expenses coming up. We review budgets weekly. We look for problem areas and we try to be proactive and get ahead of them. And also just make sure that the left hand knows what the right hand is doing. And so I think that's been a lot better for us to kind of make sure we're all just in communication and on the same page. And then added the capital, special project, and grant budgets to our annual budget process. So from now on during budget season, you all will see not just our general fund budget, but you will see a budget presented to you for each of our capital projects and our grants so that you know how much we expect to spend out of those in that fiscal year and get the approval up front for that so that I'm not having to come to you with budget amendments throughout the year. And then my certification as a local government finance officer from the School of Government should be done by the end of this calendar year. So that'll be great. I don't know. I can't speak to whether we've had a certified, maybe Christine, I'm not sure. No. All right. So I will be the first to have that certification. Like our clerk here who's working on his. And then after that, I'll move forward with a development plan with Christina to get certified on the national level. That's a 2-year plus commitment. It's a huge undertaking, but it will help. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so we have some grants in progress. The COVID grant, as you know, we expended all of the funds, and we have a little bit left. It's less than 150,000, and it's in a purchase order for some asphalt work. And so it meets the requirement for the 12/31 deadline that we just had. It just had to be under a contract or purchase order, which it is. And we do expect that money to be spent in the spring when the weather warms up, which will definitely meet. I mean, we have until 2026 to spend the money, but we'll have it spent by probably the end of the second quarter. And then you'll have a ordinance before you to officially close out that grant project. And the Marvin Loop grant project with CRTPO and also OSBM, that is finally really making a lot of progress and moving forward. We've been invoicing and billing on that, and Hunter's already started submitting for reimbursements for the part of that grant that's reimbursable. And then the Village Hall Park, we've also had progress this year. Same thing, we've been being billed, we've been sending that out, and Tyler has submitted for reimbursements also, and both organizations have already sent us back our first reimbursement. So the money is coming out of unassigned fund balance, and then as soon as we get the reimbursement, it's going to go right back in at the end of this fiscal year. So it should be a wash. Eventually it will be a full wash, but we're kind of tracking and only pulling what we need as we need it. And then upcoming grants that you guys heard about already, we have the STRAP grant, which is the stream rehabilitation, and the Safe Streets for All. The STRAP grant is already, they're already meeting about it, and as you got an update on that yesterday. And the Safe Streets for All, we're just waiting for some final paperwork to come back from them, but that's also a reimbursable grant. We have a small match for that as well, but that's to come up with the comprehensive safety plan for our streets and roads. So any questions on grants before I move on? No? All right. And then this is a mid-year bank account snapshot. So it just kind of shows you, the month of December is really big for us with getting our ad valorem taxes in the door. So is the month of January, but we've actually received quite a bit of it already. So that's why there's so much sitting in checking. The savings is where you have your capital and some of your unassigned fund balance in there. And then you can see the balances left on the grant accounts as of 12/31. And then you also have your investment account with Pinnacle. So I'm working on opening the North Carolina Management Trust account. Once that is open, you will see them. There's no reason for our main checking account to carry $1 million. It really doesn't need more than probably 150,000. So we're going to be smarter with our money. We're going to move it and let it sit somewhere else where it's earning competitive interest instead of sitting in our checking account doing nothing for us. So, and then the savings account already has a decent yield. So I'll probably take a little bit of that too and invest it with the trust because it's a higher yield. But all that to say, I have taken on investing these idle funds to try to maximize returns and minimize risk for the taxpayers.
Mentioned the interest that we're getting on the savings account. Do we know what the return on the trust has been lately?
Yeah, so the trust is averaging between 4% and 5%, and Pinnacle was averaging about 4.5%, but which we were told, I mean, we were even told by our bond folks that this past fall the rates were going to go down a little bit. So we have seen a slight drop in the returns, but it's still over 4%. Yeah, great question. All right, and then if you turn to the next slide, we have just kind of mid-year snapshot of revenue versus expenses. This is looking pretty good, this pie chart here. It's pretty much almost 50-50, and that's what you should expect halfway through the fiscal year. And they're pretty comparable. Revenue was lagging a tiny bit behind expenses, but that's just because we haven't gotten all our ad valorem in the door yet. But we're looking really solid. you should be concerned if this expenses chart was like 3/4 and we had already spent 75%, then we would be concerned. But halfway through the year to have spent less than half of what we've budgeted for expenses for the year, it means we're right on target and we're exactly where we're supposed to be. And that's just good, good budgeting from all of the department heads, and being responsible and tracking our spending wisely. And then this is just a breakdown on the next slide of the revenue through the first part of the fiscal year. So you can kind of see what's come in the door and what hasn't yet. And the one thing I will draw your attention to is Powellville. Powellville's an interesting one where we typically budget to receive what we had received the year before, knowing that we sometimes see an increase, but we're not usually alerted. And I have spoken to them to say, like, what triggers that increase? And basically, if they get more money from the federal government than they were planning on getting, they then in turn distribute the extra money to all of us. So we end up getting more. So it's great. And this was one of those years where we did get more. So we had budgeted to receive 187,000. We actually received 210. So 12% more than we had budgeted. So now that will be our new base point. And I've already updated the tracker moving forward in future years that that's how much we'll get every year. Yes,
So is that what it'll be going forward, 210?
Yeah, you say you're updating the base point, but if that was an anomaly
Yeah.
in this past year, is that?
So I asked them about that and she said it should not be an anomaly. That should be my new base point. So that's what I'm using as the new base point going forward. Yeah, because last year we got a little bit more than we anticipated also.
So then that number will just continue to go up as we bring on roads. I know it's not
Yes.
a lot.
Yeah.
I
In
understand
theory, it should go up more. Now, if there was like, if the Powellville program were to get drastically underfunded by the federal government for some reason, then they would be letting us know that we're not gonna get necessarily, hopefully they would let us know, and we would sort of be able to plan for not getting as much. But when I reached out to them, because I mean, I basically told her like, is this a weird anomaly or is this something I can count on moving forward? And she had said, it's safe to count on it moving forward.
It's also population based, roughly speaking, the number, 75% of population.
It's a large neighborhood, it's not.
Yeah. I can't remember. I mean, I get the road portion is not gonna be much at all, but you get that, but it will help.
And on the next slide, we've got just a mid-year snapshot of all of the expenses. You can kind of see how each department is doing, staying on budget. You will see that transportation has spent a little bit more for this part of the year, but we kind of front-loaded some expenses to try to beat the weather. And then also we did have an increase in public safety at the beginning of the year, but we paid for the first half of the year. I pay in quarterly installments. So every department on here is looking pretty good. Parks and Recs looks like they have, spent quite a bit of their annual budget already, and he has, but that's because we are front paying some Marvin Day expenses. We had to put some deposits down early, so his spending will level off. We just spent a lot of Marvin Day expenses up front. Any questions on revenue or expenses before we move on?
There you go.
All right, so we've talked about this quite a bit. What does one penny get? Based on fiscal year 25, the one that we're in, and the valuation that we got last year, 1 penny was roughly equal to 167. And then obviously we know this fiscal year property revaluations are happening. We are staying on top of that. We're trying to get information from Union County about what that's going to be. Obviously they can't give us anything concrete just yet, but they have floated out some estimates. I think 40% was sort of what they told us to brace for as far as the property revals that are coming.
I thought they said that countywide, look for 30 to 40. But that Marvin in general is gonna be closer to 60.
Oh, is that what you said? Okay.
Hold up.
Okay, so we're still, obviously keeping our finger on the pulse of that and trying to get as much information as we can, us and everybody else. There is, a requirement that we have to present to you all some models on, what revenue neutral looks like. And even if we, opt to be revenue neutral, it does not mean that people won't see an increase in their property bills, their property tax bills, which is something I didn't know. But as I'm learning more about this process, I am learning more about that. But also all of the WUMA finance directors are all working together to make sure that we all know how, we all have to do this. And so we're all kind of helping each other to, because the spreadsheet can be kind of cumbersome that you get from the state. You got to plug in a lot of numbers. And so we're just like being a resource for each other. Some of us have a lot more experience doing that than others. And we're going to make sure that we get those models and that information to you. But that will be presented to you during budget season 2, is some revenue neutral information.
Bottom line is, we want to be revenue neutral, we still can't do it.
Yeah.
So-
and that's an important-
So. budget Neutral, we cannot go below 5 cents because of the Powell bill and what is tied to that. Our revenue neutral up into 5% will be the least amount that we will do.
Yeah, and I'd like to, as early in the process, understand, I know we won't know everything until we get our particular assessments. But I would like to know how closely we can get to that revenue.
When you run the numbers, what
So
percentage?
as you're running the numbers, make sure that we kind of take a look at it versus that 5 cent, kind of baseline that we have to
a
be
couple
in.
of months to decide.
I mean, you've got the percentages here, what each penny is, and if at the tax rate we're at now, let's say, just assume 60%. Because
You
that's
got
what they
the
told
slides that
us.
have those assumptions. And you can
Okay.
see how close you can get to
These
it.
are super rough calculations, though. These are not the official calculations that the way that they make us do it. Like, I basically just took your tax base from last year and added 40% and said, what does a penny of that? That's not how it's done. I just did that to give you a ballpark, just like a ballpark. But the way it's actually done is you have to take an average of your growth over the last 3 years. You have to include any annexations or de-annexations. You have to account for neighborhoods that are coming in and closing. So you have to, it's a little bit more complicated than that, the calculations. It is a snooze fest.
It's not gonna be that far off, like.
No,
the
it's not gonna be that far for
estimates.
us.
I say all that to say, when you get to the slides where she's gonna give you an estimate, you'll kind of get an idea of, the dollar amount that you can play with, for next year.
Still, that's an increase, but that's on top of the 167.
No,
That's
that's
actually-
saying with a 40% increase in valuation.
That's now the total amount.
That would be the total
Instead,
amount.
okay, so it's not on top. Okay. so
No, the
like,
penny
damn.
gets you, yes.
Yeah.
I'll go to the next one. That's what I'm-
Okay.
Next
Um,
slide.
And then I did just remind you all on this slide that you do have currently 1 cent of your ad valorem revenue earmarked for the roundabout capital project, but you also discussed wanting to revisit that every budget season. So I will be bringing that before you during budget season. And then this is sort of where those numbers came from. It kind of shows you different models of where you might expect to be and what a penny might look like at different revals, 40, 50, and 60.
I know this is not the right time to ask, but I'm gonna ask it if it's coming up. Do we have an update on the roundabout? Like any timing, any money? Nothing. Okay, all right.
Didn't Hunter say they're in the design phase at this
Yeah.
point yesterday?
And acquisition.
I think there's a concern that Helene might push off some local NCDOT projects across the state. Am I correct in that?
That's not been confirmed.
But there's a concern that it's possible, but we haven't heard anything about that.
Maybe
Yeah,
not.
I mean,
All right, okay, I didn't know if we had gotten like a month free, since we want to revisit it every budget season. I didn't know if we had an update on if the cost has gone up, if it's gone down, if it's been delayed, like, where are we? So, hold on, Bill, sorry, going back to your previous slide. We're gonna talk
Let me go
about it
back.
on a future slide, sorry. Where are we talking about it on a future slide? The roundabout.
You talked about it on the previous slide that you have currently 1 cent. So you, based on fiscal year 25, it was 167,000.
But then you said we'll talk about this more on a future slide.
No, we'll talk about it at during budget season.
Okay, so with that, do we have a specific line item in the budget that has roundabout and it's just going in there? Okay.
Yeah,
capital project.
and I think that's important because we need to think about not just this roundabout, but the potential for more. So even if the projects do get back,
Delayed, we'll continue
I
to
think
be,
continue to keep, yeah.
oh, yeah, we're definitely gonna have more than, yeah.
I have a comment with this. Technically, it would be big on going to two roundabout,
Water down.
Yeah, at least.
at least. So, we talked about it, that was brought up, that the 1% would stay in there so we could fund the other.
Yeah, and it would just be amending that because currently the capital project specifically states the Bonds Grove Waxaw Marvin Road, but upon that being completed, we could either open a new capital project for the next roundabout, or we can just probably amend it to be roundabouts in general, but also I have also updated your Powell bill tracker, and we'll see this when we get to that, that we do currently have 250,000 on the tracker as a holding spot for potential overruns for the Bonds Grove. But Hunter and I have had conversations about how he would apply for CRTPO for help with some of those overruns, which we would probably get. We can't say for sure, but I have added a line item to show the potential that we would get help for some of those overruns. But the overruns are at the same percentage as the grant match. So it would be a 60%. We would be on the hook for 40% of the overruns, and CRTPO would help with the other 60%. So I put that model in your Powell bill.
But we need to keep in mind that just keep it, because every roundabout that we've had an overrun. So even though it's a possibility, it may not happen. We just need to assume that.
But we didn't have one with the last one. We did?
Yeah.
With less than what we
The other two were like triple.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, especially with the delays, and if there's a delay of this,
Yeah.
you know,
Everything's
just
gonna be more
inflation
expensive.
is gonna start to eat in.
This slide that we have right here is really for you guys to look at and kind of base a number in your mind, because as you hear the presentations for CIP and everything we've talked about that y'all want to add into year one, this is the amount of money that we have to play with. And again, these are assumptions, but they're not going to be far off from what the actual reality of it is. So if you go down to 5.5 cents, which is still within the Powell bill allowance, and at a 50%, if we want to assume 50%, we're looking at $38,000 to play with. What we discussed yesterday and what your goals are for your one.
Well, actually, because it's in a red, would that be a deficit?
That's the 2026.
That's with the 40%. So skip over to the second.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You follow those numbers?
And obviously, I'm not recommending, well, you don't see anything below 5.5 on here, because I don't even recommend 5.5, but I'm not going down to 5 because there's no point. I mean, that's the bare minimum we have to have from a Powell bill standpoint. And I just feel like with the roads that we're looking to take on, I don't even want to present that as an option to you all. It's not fiscally responsible.
We went recently from 6 to 8 cents, right? So where my target would be for me, speaking out loud, would be at the 6 cents, assuming we have a 60% increase in the valuations of homes. And we're looking at playing with 155 and 6 cents.
Well, that's a 50% increase, a 60% increase would be 258. But do you have anticipation of what it's going to cost us to take on the roads that we are planning to take on? I mean,
We are, when we get to the Powell bill conversation and the roads conversation, you'll see that we have added future current NCDOT roads that we're going to take on and bring up to standards. We've added some expense ballparks throughout the next 5 years for those roads.
So if you recall, we've had these conversations with the GO bond, because that was one of the questions, and we can't really put an earmark on how much it's gonna cost to bring roads up to standard when we don't know what they're gonna be in 2 years. So what we've done, and when we talk about preventative versus restorative maintenance, what we've done in the Powell bill tracker is we've added the preventative to keep it, 150 every other year, and then we put in some bigger kind of tickets for the restorative type maintenance, which is gonna be your Heritage Oak style, Valhalla farms, like complete redos. So you'll see that here shortly, but we can't tell you for sure that's what's gonna be or what it's not gonna be.
Yeah, just kind of like ballparking, kind of getting an idea of what we're gonna be required to spend when we take on those roads, and then what we need to be with the tax rate based on what the revals are gonna look like, what we can't go below and what we can't really, I mean, we could go below, but don't want to because it's not really responsible to do so.
Well, the biggest thing on what we're required to spend is just to be having a Powell bill dollar spent, then 10 allocations, which is every 5 years. And so that's the reason we're gonna have that road tracker sheet to make sure we're at least getting close to the red every 5 years, or I say that meaning that those Powell bill dollars are being spent down within those allocations. And I don't think we're gonna have a problem with it.
We're also gonna see that we, now that we are learning more about our responsibilities to maintain, repair sidewalks in various neighborhoods, we're now having to plan for that expense as well. So we've added that to the tracker. So the tracker is gonna be a great conversation when we get to it, because it's gonna show that this is a lot more than just roads we're talking about. We're having more greenways to maintain and sometimes repair, sidewalks to maintain, sometimes repair, and roads. So we do have to be very careful that we don't necessarily have a target tax rate in mind before we look at the bigger picture, because there's a lot more expenses that we have to talk about.
One,
The 5.5, you said that leaves it five. Is that what it takes for us to operate? When I'm looking for the separation, 5.5 and for the 1% for the roundabout, or is that all together?
It's all together.
one of the things that I think we really need to be cognizant of as well, even though it's separate, is that with Marvin potentially being on that higher end, 60%, we really have to consider the impact of where the county ends up with revenue neutral in terms of that as well. Because, if they don't go fully net revenue neutral, even if they go net revenue neutral, the fact that we're 60 in other areas, they're going to be making up for that in Marvin as they, so I think it's going to be important for us to consider, yeah, we have our own responsibilities, but these are all things that are going to impact our residents from their overall bill statement.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand this. So it was, for example, let's just say we go to the 50% increase at 5.5 cents. That increase is 38,000. So does that mean if that's all we're bringing in, or is that 38,000 plus the 167?
Okay, so this net increase is not on the penny. That's on your ad valorem collections for the year. So this first column here, which shows your 2025 tax values, you can see your real property, personal property, the total value for both of those. And it shows that we're currently sitting at 8 cents. So this is what we budgeted this year to collect.
Right. So what is a penny, if we go up 50% at 5.5 cents, what does a penny get me in that? That's really what I want to know.
It goes back.
Yeah.
What's the value of it now?
It's right back here.
All you do is take that from 22, you got it.
Yeah.
Because we don't have a 5.5.
Today. So what
And
is,
if it goes up, and if it goes up to, it goes.
But those are if we stay at your current rate of
that's it,
8%.
that's current rate at 8, so that's what I want to know, what does 5.5 look like?
I'm gonna try to crunch it.
Yeah, we would just have to divide it. It's basically 1.281 million divided by 5.5. We'll spit out what that penny is.
It should be significantly more because of the high
I mean, it
value.
should be, but that's what I'm asking. I wanna know what that's really what I think at the end of the day, that's really. Right, is what is the cent getting us? At a 50% increase at 5.5 cents, what does that 1 cent look like? Cause I don't wanna go below what we're currently getting at 167.
I'll try to correct.
Here, is this what you want?
The valuation is up top. Are you doing the 60%? Which one do you want to do it off of?
So this would be
I don't know which slide you want me to go
the
to.
one that it was at.
Other way. Forward, not backwards. One more, there.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Just do it at 50, do it at the one, like, what's our lowest? Yeah, do it there. Five, five.
Actually, my calculator put it up. I don't think yours is either.
Do what? Take. And then divide it by 1,000.
Or is it 100? Or is it 1,000?
Per thousand.
Oh, it's per 100. It's per 100. Divided by 100, okay? Then
Gross,
multiply that by
Times 0.055.
yeah, 0.055.
I'm showing a number of 1.28107.
That's too big.
It's gotta be 1,000 then, it can't be 100.
The tax valuation is per
Per 100.
For $100 a month.
It's 2 billion divided by 100 times. For some reason, my calculator doesn't go to billions.
That's the number, what I thought. No, 100. Okay, that gives you, how about
22,292,252
times
times
0.055. 1.2.
I got 128,107.
Yeah, that should be right.
Say it again.
128,107.
Alright, which means that I don't wanna go, if it's at 50%, I don't wanna go to 5.5 cents, it's below the 167 that I'm currently getting in.
Should be.
You know what I'm saying? So we're not even revenue neutral at that point, we're revenue.
Well,
Yeah.
we're revenue neutral, but future increases of a penny don't bring back as.
Not even future current,
You're still in a deficit.
yeah, you're in a deficit.
Yeah, because currently we're at 167, you need, and if we're at 128, then we're well
That's really
below.
what we need to figure out, is that.
Yes, but bear in mind that you went up in your tax rate to get that 167. So, and if you, when we get to the Powell
We
bill
didn't
tracker,
know, we didn't know our tax rate to get 167, the penny is a penny is a penny.
right, but you opted for 2 pennies, one to cover operational and one to cover the roundabout.
Right, but if the penny is now less, worth less, if we go down, that's what I'm saying, I don't wanna go below what our penny is currently at. I don't,
That's.
I'm okay coming down as a
So
tax.
so Kim,
Right.
Kim, I just did it right. What we were doing is 5.5 cents. We should have just been doing a penny.
Oh,
A penny off of that is 232,920.
well, then why did John get it to 120 something?
We're gonna, we've got a spreadsheet in the V drive, so instead of trying to crunch it on the fly, let's try to.
We'll parking lot that and we'll come back.
I'm not trying to. be
Yeah,
evil.
that's something, that's probably something we should park a lot,
Yeah, it's a good
because
question.
there's too much conversation around that.
and numbers to massage to.
But in
to get to
short,
that.
what the takeaways from this are exactly what you said, Mayor Pro Tem, is yes, if we were at 50% and we only went down to 5.5, we have $40,000 to play with. That's in short the answer.
Which is not much. And that could get eaten up very quickly by next year.
Question, the original question was, how much is a penny gonna get you at that rate? Is gonna be instead of 167, I'm showing it's 232, whatever that number was.
Yeah. I don't think that's right. So let me do it right
Well,
on a break.
Wouldn't that be the difference of, you
It's
know,
close, but it's not 38,000.
if you look at the 2026 with 50%, at 5.5 cents, you get 38,000, right?
Right.
So at 7.5 cents, which is 2 pennies more, you know, it would be what that, we're at 7 cents, you know, that's 1.5 cent difference. It's bringing in 388, 165. So for a penny and a half more, you can see what.
No, that's,
And you can just divide it by.
Yeah, it does seem to be coming out to 230,000 per penny based on that. But
Let me see if I can press.
Okay, just.
Well, we just put it in the
keep
parking,
going,
so we're gonna keep
but We need to,
right.
we need more information as we're.
guys, I think Mayor Joe might be right.
So what you have here before that, though, is you have 1 cent impact fiscal year 25,
That's what she was asking.
167, and then with a 40% increase is 232, with a 50% increase is 247, 60% is 263. Estimate of 1 cent at different reval percentages. She's got it already on this page.
And I made this like 4 months ago, y'all, so maybe.
But that's your, but that's your estimate of what
You could just
1
go to
penny is
this
going
one.
to generate.
But we'll double check those numbers and get you penny.
I mean, I think you
Yeah,
guys
that's
have
the
it
ones
here.
that
I think
differ.
I do,
wanna
but let
know
me
what
just
does it look
double
like at
check it.
5.5.
I'll just
I mean,
double
a
check
penny
it during the
is
break.
a penny.
All right, so we're gonna move on to audit highlights. I'm gonna really skim over this because you guys already got audit highlights from the auditor in your meeting.
Just keep on. He presented,
But the only thing I will draw your attention to is we did end last fiscal year with 1.868 in unassigned fund balance. This year, we have already taken about 500,000 out of it. And now it sits at about 1.3, but I tracked that throughout the year as well. And what else do I bring your attention to? We have 1.3 million that was committed or assigned for particular projects or purposes. That includes Parks and Rec, capital projects, land acquisition, the roundabout and loop projects. We've talked about net position and how it increased when we added the roads that were missing. Our net position continues to increase each year, which is great. You can see a breakdown of the fund balances on the next slide, that one that he has up there. Joe, you were asking yesterday about land acquisition. We ended last fiscal year with 358,000 in there. And we don't anticipate spending anything this year, so that will be what you have to play with there. We have spent some of these funds already. But that's where we ended last year. And then this just shows you what your revenues versus expenses were last fiscal year, but you've seen this before multiple times. Same assets, liabilities, and net position. We've talked about this numerous times. Our net position currently sits at 19 million and some change. And again, that is not cash in the bank. That is roads and assets and buildings and equipment, and it's not cash. We do not have $19 million sitting in the bank. I just want to make that clear for anyone listening. Okay. Anyone have any questions about that part? All right, so next slide, this is just sort of like a high level look at the capital projects and how much are in those, well, how much we're in at the start of the fiscal year. There's already been some changes and some movement and some spending within these categories during this fiscal year, but this is where you were last at the end of the fiscal year. So we still have 25,000 earmarked for the roundabout, I'm sorry, the farmer's market. And, the roundabout, we did put the 1 penny, the 167, we put that into the pot, but we also had money left over from a fund balance allocation that you guys had done the previous fiscal year where you gave us 200,000 to spend on overruns. The overruns came in at 75,000, but that didn't happen until this fiscal year. So last year I moved that whole 200,000 into this roundabout bucket along with some other, so that's why it was 320. I have since taken 75 out to pay for those overruns. But we'll just continue to add to that pot at your discretion unless you guys change it with that 1 penny increase that we've earmarked each year to go into that roundabout. And then we had the loop project, we have money earmarked for streets, we have Powellville money, and then the land acquisition, as you see. So any questions on capital projects? All right, let's look at how a dollar bill is divided by area. There hasn't really been too much change in here except Public Works has been slowly jumping up in there. They're currently just second behind Solid Waste Services. But that's just sort of a breakdown of who spends the most amount of money in our office. Yes, Kim. Oh, that's you. Okay, good. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's move on to goals, and then I'm going to turn it over to Davey. So goals for this year, this calendar year, was for me to finish the local government finance officer certification. It's already been huge to help me feel more confident in this role. And like I understand the nuances of it all because government finance is a total different animal than corporate and nonprofit finance. So I'm really glad that you all have afforded me the time and the funds to take these courses and get this certification. And I do believe that it's paying off in better bookkeeping, stronger audits, and just staying within the statutory requirements. There is a plan to start succession planning. There are goals to train additional staff in finance and tax procedures. I have a goal of growing the finance team because I do need help. Implement some interdepartmental software. That's something that I keep looking at, but have to weigh the cost versus the benefit. And that's been a struggle. I can't really find some software that I can justify putting before you at that expense. I just won't do it. Begin the national certification. Again, that's a 2-year process. I do have a goal of producing a CAFR. That's a comprehensive annual financial report. The village has not put one out. Christina has encouraged me to take a stab at it if I feel brave enough. It's a lot more comprehensive than just the annual audit. It's 10 years worth of financial data. It's a lot of charts and graphs, and but it's pretty cool, and almost everybody has them. So it's definitely something I'm going to take a stab at. I do have a goal to get that done. And then I would like to have some type of easy to look at budget report that we can publish for our residents that can go on the website with some easy to read charts, dashboards, and kind of show them where our money is going in a way that makes sense to a layman, someone who can look at it quickly and understand what we're doing. So I would love to do that after you all adopt the budget for the next fiscal year.
So,
yeah.
Jill, real quick, two questions.
Yeah.
I'll answer one, but I want to. The interdepartmental software.
Yeah.
Is there, when you've gone through these certifications and you're talking and working with other municipalities, is there something that they're utilizing that we could dovetail off of, or is there a way that we can co-op with another municipality to cut down the cost on this?
That's a great question. That's a great question. I have networked with a lot of different people during this training to ask them what they're using and what is really working for them. Also, I should have mentioned this, but I didn't. I started a WUMA finance directors networking group. So we meet every other month. We go out for lunch and we just talk about everything finance related. We share pain points, problems, software needs, audit issues. Weddington just lost their auditor, for instance, so they're looking for a new one. And so we share our contacts and stuff. And out of those meetings, we did talk about software pain points and looking for something that was interdepartmental. That led me to Edmunds, which the town of Waxhaw just switched over to that. And Weddington is currently using them. And so myself and Stallings joined a group demo with Edmunds, hoping if they could take on 2 clients, we might see some cost savings. But when I received the quotes, it was double what I'm currently paying for Tyler Technologies. It was like $34,000 a year. And looking at the breakdown of, so there's a couple of department heads, myself included, who just feel like from a number standpoint, I need to be able to justify a request for such a large, expensive software. And that's where Hunter and I are both sort of in agreement. Like, I could give Hunter a software that would be great, and it would be digital, and it would be online, and it would be awesome, but it's $12,000 a year just for the permitting piece. So Hunter's very frugal like me, where he's going to say, my department processes maybe 200 permits a year. So when you amortize the cost of a $12,000 software to process 200 permits, it's kind of like, how important? Do I really need that? Would it be great to have? Yes, but do I need it? Same with me, the Edmunds finance piece, you know, payroll alone was $12,000 a year. And I'm breaking that out over the number of employees we have. And I'm going, that's over $1,000 per employee per year. That's what we pay for their health insurance, you know? So I have a hard time coming to you, even though it would make my life a little bit easier, my job even a little bit easier. It's like hard for me to justify asking for that much money for that.
For Waxhaw with their size and their budget,
Right.
but for us, it's too big of
It's
a
just,
shoe for us to fit in.
it's hard for me to put that before you and ask for, you know what I mean? So
No, I
so
totally
I'm
get it. I just didn't
I'm
know if there
looking
was
for
a
the
way.
unicorn. I'm looking for a software solution that will address all of our needs and make things a little bit easier, but it has to be worth the price tag, because right now we're not struggling. None of us are struggling to do our jobs. There's no like pain point that is so that I have to solve. So right now it's like, we're looking at it, would like to have versus need to have it. We're not in a need to have situation. Until we are, I can't justify that expense.
So Central Ina, is there a way that we can go to Central Ina and see if there's something that Central Ina can do as an organization to look into that further for all municipalities, so they can go, okay, with the state of North Carolina, we can go to Jim Bob's accounting software, and it's $5 million. But if we spread it out through all of the municipalities, instead of it costing us $12,000, it costs us $6,000, and then that's a justifiable. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
Yeah.
But there's got to be. We are not the only municipality that's having this issue or this problem.
Right. There was, so NCLM did get a considerable amount of money from the COVID grant, and they used that to offer Black Mountain financial software to municipalities all over the state. We didn't qualify because our annual budget was too high to meet. It's really for, our population was too high. It was really geared for populations under 5,000, but it was also for smaller municipalities that had a lower operating budget. But they did say if there was leftovers, we could throw our name in the hat, throw our name in the ring, whatever. So I did attempt to, they ran out of COVID money by the time, like with all the municipalities that did qualify, who did sign up for it. So there was nothing left for us. But then I decided to reach out to that organization anyway and say, okay, I know I don't qualify for the COVID money you have, but
how much does your software cost? Like, let's just have a conversation about it if I'm a regular paying customer. And they were even more expensive than the Wax on Weddington are using. So that was an additional sticker shock that it was kind of like, good Lord. So I continue to look, and there are lots of options that I haven't looked at yet, which is why I'm keeping it on my goals. But
Because with any, I know with any company, for-profit company, when they're running efficient, you look for more, better efficiency. It's not, it's not a time to look at it when you're inefficient because you've got other issues and things to fix. So right now, we're in a good place to be able to identify places because where this leads to is, Andy can attest to this. In a house, if you have one little broken problem, but that leads to multiple more, it's going to cost you more. So right now, if we can identify something here, this may save us down the road. I know it's a cost, but you also have to look at the cost as an opportunity cost, I guess we would say, because instead of hiring another person at X amount per year, with the software, we prolong having to do that because we're more efficient in the software that we provide. That's the reason we have software. So I would say that, first off, I commend you. I think you do, because a lot of the things you're telling us, without the questions, you haven't told us, but you've done a tremendous job of doing all of this. You've done a great job in doing this, and I applaud you for all your work and hard work in doing and looking for these other opportunities to do this. But I would say, as I'm sure you will and are, continue to look at those things and try to find a way to make it. Don't just look at the cost of software as terms of the ROI on it. You have to factor in that somewhere in the next 2 to 4 years, running the way we're running and with the growth that we have, we may have to hire another person. X is this, Y is this. So,
And I did
great job.
consider the approach of, let me just address the finance needs. If Hunter doesn't have a pain point big enough to really feel like he needs the software, and if, because what a lot of municipalities are doing is each department head is going and getting a software that works for them. So, Tyler's looking at some software that would make his job a little bit easier, not necessarily an all-in-one, but sort of each of us finding a software that meets our own needs while continuing to look for something that's a little more integrative. I will say that one of the problems I have with the integrative softwares is they are based on the notion that a municipality does have code enforcement and building inspection and a lot of stuff going on besides just a surface level permit. They are assuming that we have athletic fields and that we're doing, soccer and swim and baseball, which is like massive undertaking that you do need software because you're registering kids for classes and you're assigning days and hours and night. I mean, it's a lot. And when we sit through these demos and we go, yeah, no, we don't do that. No, we don't have that. So that wouldn't really apply to us. But you don't get a lower price tag just because you don't utilize those features of it. It ends up being like 90% of what we would pay for, these guys aren't even going to use. And that's where we have a hard time justifying it. But all that to say, they're running smoothly. I'm running smoothly in Tyler, but I will continue to stay on top of looking at what's out there. And I love the idea of reaching out to Central Iowa because I haven't done that yet, but they might be able to give me a short list of software solutions to look at that I haven't yet.
So with the tremendous job that you do, again, thank you again. In light of this council, I think one of the main things that we've done, we've always committed to is transparency. I do believe that there's an opportunity for somehow, maybe on a quarterly basis, or at least biannually, that a lot of this information is put on our website if it's not already, and because we need to be transparent. When people come in and go, I'm really surprised as a constituent, I want to know what is the health of the Village of Marvin. Financially, what's the health of the Village of Marvin? And if we can report that on
quarterly basis, just a snapshot that says, here's where we're at today, and this is what we're doing, and this is our net position, and identify that this doesn't mean we have $19 million cash in hand. We'll put this information out there, so A, it's transparent, because we absolutely should be transparent about it, but it's also another means of the community being able to look at who we truly are, what we're doing. That we may get 5 people to visit it, but when someone says, well, you're hiding this and hiding that, no, we're not, it's there.
Yeah.
So it's, again, where can we be more efficient and effective when we're running good? Because I believe right now, we're very healthy financially, staff-wise. I have my thoughts about that, and not in a bad way. I'm just saying, I think there's room that we can, but it's a way for us to find efficiencies when we're running good. You don't want to try to find efficiencies when you're running bad because you make bad decisions.
Yeah, well, I think one thing that I could add to my list also, I talked about wanting to kind of have a way for constituents to see quickly at a glance some high level budget stuff that's easy to understand. I could, at the close of every fiscal year, possibly do something else very similar to what you're talking about, where somebody can come to the website, click on finance, and see very high level, easy to understand, like, for X number of years in a row, we came in under budget. We are increasing our assets and our positions, like high level things that show people based on benchmarks, the Village of Marvin is extremely healthy financially. I think that's what you're saying, is you want people to be able to quickly see that we are doing really well, that we're conservative, we're efficient, and we're very healthy with our reserves, with our funds, with our position assets and our spending. Is that right? Am I hearing you? Okay, perfect.
Because from a transparency standpoint, all of these things are available to the public.
Yeah.
It's just, they're not in a way that sometimes is easily able for them to consume.
Correct.
Right. So what we're just talking about is really kind of some summaries,
Yeah.
So,
you know, that we can do on a quarterly basis or something.
and we need to speed things up a little bit, but one thing I would point out to, if a company is out there presenting and they're saying they have all these bells and whistles, and oh, we don't need that, we don't need that. I gotta believe that same company could tone down what, or target just what we need and have a lesser price for us. But then we don't need all that. We just want this. Maybe they can do it, maybe they can't. Something.
And those are conversations I continue to have, but.
The problem is that they put all
They've
the,
already,
they put all
I
the work
get it.
into building this, and to downgrade it doesn't help them.
they
in their
don't,
business.
when they need to do an update, they don't like to customize, you know.
It costs them.
We're done. I think I'm done for me. We'll go ahead and, I'll just go ahead and put some of these on our 3, 5, whatever. Okay, so 3 to 5 year goals, reassess our employee benefits package. We always want to stay competitive with what other people are doing. Reassess purchasing policies and spending, just updates based on industry standards, benchmarks, and again, policies and stuff change. Review and update any compliance measures, just make sure we're staying on top of all of that. Review and update cost management best practices. As we start spending more and growing, maybe we need to put some things in place just to make sure that we have best practices going. We've talked about the certification as a public finance officer from a national level. Challenges for next fiscal year. Just, we're advancing in some of these projects finally, so keeping track of the spending, closing out some grants and capital projects. Challenges will be cash flow management. We have a lot of projects that we have to front for and wait to get reimbursed. So that's why I work so closely with these department heads to say, how much are you spending and when, and how long it's going to take to get it back in the door, so I have it available when he needs to spend it. And we're doing a great job of that, and we have such healthy reserves. I am not worried about that at all, but I put it on here so that you know that I'm constantly thinking about cash flow. And then again, managing the reimbursable grants, getting the money out and back in, forecasting repayment schedules, saving for roundabout, and planning for ongoing road, sidewalk maintenance, preservation, greenways. We'll talk about that when we get to Powell bill. And that's it for me.
Great job.
Good job.
Thank you.
I'm personally impressed. I remember when we first came into the position where your predecessor was there and you were just an assistant, you were going, I need to learn this stuff. I don't know. I gotta get in the computer and learn about all that stuff. Look what you've done.
Thank you.
Public Works.
All right, so spends all the money.
You like how I said I was gonna be quick and Davey was gonna take 17 hours? Okay.
You're in the hot seat, literally.
Pick it up, Kyle.
All right, here you go.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'd like to give you some updates on the Public Works Department. We'll start off the first slide. This is our, for roads and transportation. Currently, we stand at owning 61 roads in the village of Bluffton, a total of 17.70 miles. We'll say there are 13 roads that are currently in progress of being turned over from the NCDOT, which totals 2.87 miles. You can see in this map, all of the roads in blue are village-owned roads. The next slide, these are roads that have been taken over since 2012. The most recent ones were Bell Grove Drive, Clear Ridge Court, back in 23-24 timeframe, and Garden Terrace Circle. So you've got upcoming in the near future, the estates at Marvin Branch will be taking that over. And again, the last part of it, we currently own 17.7 miles. And again, the allocations from the Powell bill, how they're listed there. Next slide, these are the roads that are in progress. So these are the ones you recently approved by resolution for us to petition the NCDOT to abandon these so that we could, for the purpose of us taking them over. We're in the process of that right now. And that's where the 2.87 miles come from. Next slide, just wanted to put this out there. There's been some discussion in the last couple of days or so. Upcoming roads to be considered there in Valhalla Farms and in Providence Bridge. They were resurfaced by the North Carolina Department of Transportation in the last year and are in that 1-year warranty period. So once those are up, we'll have a paperwork ready to go, already submitted, so that we don't, from the discussion yesterday, we'll submit it so that we can qualify for extra funds next year. So we'll go ahead and have the paperwork done now and submit it in time for that to happen, hopefully.
Do we know approximately what mileage is associated with those two?
I do not right off, but with those two, I mean,
The Valhalla is pretty large, you know, I'd say there might be 2 miles in there.
and I think you've all seen this next slide before. Again, it just kind of breaks down preventative maintenance versus resurfacing. And they're preventative maintenance, and that's crack sealing, fog sealing. Both of those extend the life of the asphalt. You want to get as much bang for your buck and extend the life of that asphalt as long as possible without paying the high cost of resurfacing the entire road.
I know you did a presentation. Now that we're doing it on some roads and not doing it on others, is there a way that we can kind of track that ourselves? To kind of come up with real numbers rather than just estimates that are kind of based on, you know what I'm saying? Just so that as we're going through that, you know, what is our fog sealed, what we're kind of acting like compared to the non?
Yes, we can track that. You know, using our pavement condition survey, we know the years that certain roads are treated. And then we can, as we go through an ECS, we can watch those ratings drop to a point that we can find out, you know, determine do we need more preventative maintenance or are we past that point and need resurfacing. So yes, that's.
Yeah, just so that in the future, we can continue to make those decisions based on the hard numbers versus the projections.
Preventative maintenance now for if a pothole arises on a village-owned road. Process for that is, Public Works takes the call, we'll go out, we'll assess it. Potholes range in various sizes, from small to large. We will have them repaired before they get too large. But, in saying that, staff will assess the issue, contact engineer, make them aware of what we've got, and then they will come out, document it, and determine the extent of the repair that's needed, and then work with the contractor to have that done.
Cracks in the road, 4 inches wide, run the width of the road, is that something we would look at?
Yes, sir, absolutely. That's something that would qualify for crack sealing. Let's get together on that. And so again, for our process for road assessments, AMT Engineering has been providing those for us. We just recently completed one that was approved a few months back. Our goals for preventive maintenance is, again, we always want to streamline the process or look for processes that we can make it easier so that we can provide quicker response times on reported issues. We do the very best we can now. So since we're reporting an issue, we address, on staff level, we go out and take a look at it and document it immediately, and then start the process of what needs to be done, whether it's our repair in CDOT or what. Next slide, you can see the pavement preservation plan that, when I came on in 23, we were just a few weeks from starting our fog seal for that time period. It was an interesting process to be a part of and to see how it happened. It made this next round a little easier for us to, I'll be able to go out and do a little bit better inspection on my part. But these numbers are prior to the bid that I brought for you last week, or this past week, I guess. That is saying $150,000 projected for 24-25. That bid came in considerably lower than that. We will have some crack filling to add in that, just a little bit, it'll be a little more than the 124 and some change that we quoted, but outside of that, we do have upcoming in 25-26, we projected about $147,000 to be spent on some roads in Marvin Creek, and it's part of that pavement initiative, a 5-year plan that you have already approved. Next slide. Just as a quick reminder for pavement preservation recommendation, what's not addressed is new subdivisions. They obviously don't need that preventative maintenance yet. Any curb and gutter issues, stormwater emergencies or blockages, and any expected acceptance of new roads from developers. The next slide gives you the list of roads again that will be fog sealed in 24. Again, the amount there, disregard that, we've got the updated amount for those. And the next slide pertains to stormwater maintenance. Again, the process for stormwater maintenance, similar to this process for asphalt maintenance. Staff, we take the call, or the citizen comes in and addresses it and asks us about it. We'll go out and examine it, determine what we think the issue, the extent of the issue is. We'll work with the village engineer, and they'll do a little more in-depth study to determine exactly what needs to be done, and then we'll work with the contractor to get that work completed. The photo you see here is the most recent one we had in Oak Brook Estates. That was one where the water was running, sheeting across the road. The ditch line had filled up with silt over time, and that was right after it was completed. I've gone through and checked on it on a monthly basis. The grass is growing really well there, so everybody seems to be happy with that project. And again, with the goals for it, we want to find ways to streamline the process and get these projects completed as quickly as possible. Sidewalk maintenance falls under the same kind of guidelines, if you will. Process for sidewalk maintenance, again, we'll inspect, assess, we document the findings based on assessment criteria, which we have a, sidewalk repair policy with the village, and it spells out, ranks, damaged sidewalk or concrete in 3 levels, 1, 2, and 3, 3 being the highest priority. Those are the ones you want to address first. And then 2, you address as soon as you can, accumulate the proper funding, and then 1 are the ones you keep an eye on and just make sure if they get worse, if they categorize those and address those as needed. But, I recently did, yes, ma'am.
Are you guys going out and doing kind of preventative inspections, or are you waiting for residents to call and say, hey, we got a problem?
That's a very good question. Just as recently, we found out that we have responsibility for sidewalks that we weren't really sure about. So we are in the process of having AMT Engineering provide us a quote for doing a sidewalk assessment of all sidewalks in the village. I went out recently and did an assessment of the Marvin Creek neighborhood, and you'll see that in next week's meeting, information on that. But again, I just went out and did a quick assessment of everything that would be considered high priority, which is 3/4 of an inch separation, whether it's vertically or horizontally. Those are spring, tripping hazards.
So we're looking at AMP to go out and kind of do an inventory, figure out what our 1, 2, 3 levels are, and then you guys will be establish that. Public Works staff will just kind of take over.
Well, to answer your question, we really don't go out and do inspections for preventative maintenance on roads or sidewalks. We just don't have the staff and time to do it. What we are doing is what you mentioned, have an AMT do that baseline, and then what you'll see in the subsequent cowbell tracker, road tracker, is a study done every 5 years, just as the same as we've done with the pavement condition survey.
Do you think it makes sense to send out maybe an email to the HOAs that do have sidewalks, like my neighborhood does? His neighborhood does have sidewalks. So, I don't want to waste the time, if you guys are driving through and we're trying to walk through everything. Once we've got kind of baseline from AMT, send something out to all the HOA presidents that do have sidewalks and say, hey, tell your residents, send out an email if there's any sidewalk issues, let the village know, take care of. Or I just don't want somebody to trip and fall and there be an issue.
I agree, and I think that baseline will help us determine the ones that are the major.
Yeah.
And we can go ahead and work with our contractor that we already have a contract with. They're under contract for a certain price, so we can address those. I think email is good.
That many neighborhoods that have sidewalks, right? I mean, only a few that I can think of off the top of my head. And then you've got Tom Short, which, I'd send that to Amber Meadows and Tullamore and just be like, hey, tell your people they're walking.
And I just want to mention to you real fast that 2 things. It really isn't that we have just found out that we have sidewalk maintenance responsibilities. We've known that. I think this council was taking the approach that they want to be more proactive in a sense of taking that off of the HOA's responsibility, because 9 out of 10 HOAs still have the responsibility via a maintenance agreement. And this council has made that decision to say, you know what, we'll go ahead and own this, we'll go ahead and take responsibility, because statutorily it is our responsibility, even though we can require the HOAs to do it. Instead of going through that hassle and that trouble of the HOAs, we want to be more representative and more responsible in that sense. We're taking that financial brunt instead of passing it on to the HOAs, but just make that statement.
And saying that, the level of severity of the issue, there's different ways to address it. Like, ones that are 1s and 2s can be shaved down or grinded like we did on Tom Short. So.
Yeah.
Maybe you go out a lot, right? And look at just different things. I'm on, this is opportunity time for me. I think a drone would be very helpful. You can go out and quick look on things, see. But it might be there without you driving or have AMT go out. It would give you the ability to, like today, you can go out and look at it.
Well, I mean, That,
There can't be a
technology
going
can be
against
utilized
that.
in a lot of different ways, and that's one way it can be utilized.
And you also check on the streams and things, right? And then in the fall, you run your bike, you ride around and look at stuff.
Yes, sir.
And then and the leaves fall in the winter or fall, or whatever, makes it very slick, you would walk.
And well, that's true, but if we stay on our maintenance plan for trails, we blow those leaves off consistently, so, yeah,
The thing about it is, storms, things hit you, don't,
you're right. You never know when they're gonna pop up.
I just, you know,
It's a very good idea. I mean, they can be used for an array of different.
So we have to look at the requirements for getting someone licensed and qualified to do that, but I've written it on one of our first show
Okay.
goals to assess what the responsibilities would be. And,
That would be more efficient in areas that are hard to access by foot, such as streams and stuff, which we're taking a more of an approach of maintenance on our streams and stuff like that. So that would be definitely something a lot easier for you. If there is an obstruction, you can see it versus trying to climb down in there, which could potentially be hazardous. So I think it's a good idea.
Okay, next slide, this is with the Powell bill revenue, you can see this is through 2024, and it's not reflected in most recent numbers that Jill provided. And then the Powell bill planning tool, again, I think Jill has talked about this as well, and we'll talk about it a little bit in depth in a few minutes.
Can we go on?
Yeah, let's go to the next slide here. I'd like to kind of brag on my staff a little bit. Over the last year, we have two full-time employees, and 3 part-time employees, and the main responsibilities of the employees are to maintain properties and grounds. And we have, quite a bit of grass that we maintain on a weekly basis, roundabouts. And so that takes up a lot of their time, but when there is time between those responsibilities, we look for projects that we can take on and do in-house rather than have to contract and spend those monies outside. In saying that, over the last year, we did complete an installation of the low voltage lighting. This was, last year we did the low voltage lighting in the parking lot at Marvin Acre Park. This year, we actually added lighting from the parking lot to the barn itself and the playground area. So we were excited about it. We were able to install the 2 radar signs, one on Marvin School Road and one on Waxhaw Marvin Road. We installed a permanent banner post at Village Hall. I hope you were all happy with the way that turned out. And the bamboo removal, we were able to clean out all the bamboo that's actually inside the walking area part of the park. John and I met out there. We were leaving the bamboo on the outside of the walking trail between the neighbor's property and ours. It's not hurting anything, and it adds some screening for anyone walking the trail. We did install security cameras in Marvin Acre Park as well, so we can periodically check to see if when someone rents the barn, if they've left it in satisfactory condition, rather than having to drive out and check, we can just check the cameras, make sure it has been cleaned. If there's any vandalism out there, hopefully these cameras should be able to catch that, and we can provide that to law enforcement. We did repaint the floors in the restrooms there. We refurbished 3 picnic tables. We took down 3 picnic tables, all of the rotten wood out of it, and completely rebuilt them. So I put refurbished. It was pretty much a rebuild of picnic tables. And we replaced a water pressure tank there. And I'd like to add installing and removing holiday decorations at Village Hall, Marvin Park. Sounds kind of trivial, but it is a really neat process. It's a process we enjoy doing, but it does require us bringing in lift equipment for us to do that. And we began our asset inventory tracking. So Matt and I went around earlier this year late, about mid-year last year, and started tagging all of our assets in Public Works. And we've done, doing the same in, Village Hall as well, but we got tagged, and we can go around periodically, once a year, twice a year, and just make sure, check off everything is still where it should be. And it gives us a visual inspection of that piece of equipment when we look at it. At the time that I filled this out, we had completed over 150 work orders. And work orders are work orders, whether it's called in from the public, staff sees something, or we see something on staff and go out and do it. We'll document it as a work order. So I'm sure we're well over that number as of December 31st, but at the time of this, it was over 60 orders that we completed, more than we did in the year 2023. So the guys have done a really good job with that. There was also completed projects that staff did not do ourselves, but had some assistance from outside vendors, but they were big projects. I had a stormwater study for Marvin Loop Trail and Marvin Eager Park. The stormwater ditch outfall repairs for Oak Brook Estates, which you saw the photo earlier, and Woodland Forest. Had the cleaning of the stormwater piping in Marvin Eager Park. The new playground was completed in Marvin Eager. Paving of the roadways and parking lots in Marvin Eager was just recently completed, and we've gotten positive reviews from the public on that. And again, we had a company come in and assess the dead wood, and we removed any dangerous limbs that could fall in the canopy trees around the barn and the playground. And that's something, we had it done, we'll check it annually, but it's something may not have to be done for several years, but it's just something, safety-wise, we're in better shape now.
And I know we recognized this before, also after some of the storms, you guys have done a great job kind of doing some cleanup of trees and stuff that are on the roads after the storms. And the storm we had just here, we did a lot of prep work, I know, heard that from residents, but also when we had some areas of concern that, popped up the next day, you guys took care of them immediately. So
thank you for that.
We appreciate those things too, that are on top of it.
Yeah. And that would fall under work.
Yeah. We have an annual goal in public works, and it's my belief that as a department, we can enhance the quality of life for our residents and visitors through providing safe and well-maintained properties and greenways, positive and friendly ambassador for the village of Marvin, be ready and willing to address any challenge, increase safety of staff through training, which we do on a monthly basis, and streamlining the process for public to report issues. We always, in our department, we want to strive to exceed expectations of our residents. And we preach that quite frequently to our staff, and they do a good job with that. Next slide is a 3-year goal. Overall, as a department, this is more as a department rather than individual. But we want to continue to develop staff skills. Right now, we have everybody has a little bit of skill in a certain area, some more than others, but we want to be able to train across the board, skills in horticulture, construction, plumbing, electrical, basically train our employees to do the work, any maintenance work where we don't have to call a contractor in to do it. If we can do it in-house, we want to do that and save money. We also want to get some specialized training staff, like get someone a license as a pesticide applicator. We need a OSHA competent person on staff, and I'd like to get everyone certified for first aid. And the last that I listed is emergency preparedness. We do our best to try to address emergencies like inclement weather, winter storms, anything like that. But we want to look for ways to get better and stay better prepared to address these in advance of anything that's coming. That does require, any kind of immediate equipment flags that we would work through the CIP and or just the annual budgeting process. The 3-year projections, again, we'll talk about this in the CIP, but, we would like to see a bucket truck. I'm sorry, there you go. We would like to see a bucket truck. It would be such a useful tool, for staff. We'd be able to do installation of holiday decorations at Village Hall and Marvin Park. Any tree maintenance if a storm breaks a limb around the park or any of our trails that we can get this truck to, we can actually go up and cut the limb rather than, if it's to a certain height right now, we have to call a contractor into it. And we can save those costs by having a truck that we can reach this limb ourselves.
Kind of curious, the contractor that called, for the last 3 years, what did that cost?
For that particular issue, they did not charge us for that. We had used them recently, and they called me, and, well, I told them right after it was over, I said, send us an invoice on Monday, we'll get you paid next week. And the owner called me personally and said, let me know they were not going to charge us, because it's just a small job for them, but they like to give back to the community from time to time. They can't always do this, but they wanted to give back to the community of Marvin.
What company was that? We'll have it on record. That's great and very appreciated, so.
Mandy's Tree Service.
Mandy's Tree Service.
Just so you know, those types of contracts, they usually have a mobilization cost. They're usually gonna have a minimum. And then when we have someone on emergency standby like that, they usually want the emergency fee, yeah.
Like
So-
your air conditioner guy coming out on the weekends when your air goes down. But thank you to that company for.
Davey,
I just want to tell you that that company just won Small Business of the Year from the Union County Chamber at their annual
Well, there's a
Union
reason
County
for that
Chamber
there.
Awards.
so on that note of a bucket truck, have you looked into the towable lifts? And the reason why I ask this, a truck takes maintenance, takes registering, takes insurance, takes all the peripherals for a truck. If you get a tow behind unit, we already have trucks on the road that can just hook up and take it wherever we need it. And I think that the amortization cost of a tow behind unit over the years, because they'll last us 50 years if they're maintained, because they just don't get that much use. I'm thinking that a unit such as that could be more beneficial than keeping a truck registered, because when you talk about a truck like that, you're into a commercial truck of that weight. You got to pay it for a weighted tag. You got to pay more insurance and all that stuff. So just thinking that could possibly be a little bit cheaper direction to go, where you can still get, because I know I've rented many times rented towable lifts from Waxley Equipment. They keep actually they have a pretty wide variety of them now that they rent, that range from 35 to 80 feet that you can reach depending on the unit. They're very stable, they're very safe, and they're very easy to operate. So that's just something for you to consider. I think that might be a little bit cheaper option overall.
We can certainly look into that. I've not had, in the emergency situations, I've not had experience using those. I don't know how they handle in icy roads, icy conditions, or all that, but it's something we can certainly look at. It might be a much better option.
Yeah, just an option to think about, just because I've used them extensively. I have no issues. I've never had an issue with it, so that's just
I
something
used
to think
one
about.
recently too, and it's very, very simple. In fact, even renting versus purchasing may be a consideration based on how much these things cost. And I don't know what they are, but it was relatively inexpensive for me to rent for a day or a half a day based on the project I was doing and stuff. But
The only consideration is if it's an emergency situation, such
Right.
as in a storm, you
Yeah.
can't just go get one
Yeah, yeah, I get it.
necessarily. And the other thing I ran into, I wanted to rent one just before Christmas to do some work on my house. They weren't available because people putting up Christmas lights, they were all rented out. So availability can be an issue at certain times of year. So owning one versus renting one, and if you bought one and you and paid it off over, a 5-year period or whatever, the cost of it,
They're pretty sturdy too.
yeah, they last forever. I
They're
mean,
pretty sturdy. I mean, there was, the guy that was in it was a pretty big guy, and he was able to maneuver it, no issues.
So even if we go with that version, some of the things that it does help with, again, the installing, holiday installing, any kind of decoration. We've got a very small Christmas tree at Village Hall right now, but it won't be long. It's gonna be well above any ladder that we can utilize, so having something just here to decorate that tree, will come in handy. The next one, the decoration plan, was just kind of something I kind of threw together. It's just, I know there was some discussion yesterday about wayfinding signage, and this is maybe not wayfinding, but it is, I thought it'd be a good idea. We have limited number of power poles in Marvin, but in the roundabouts, we do have power poles for the lighting themselves. It could be an opportunity if we wanted to add any kind of welcome to Marvin banners, anything, any festive banners that would.
And we have that included, that those markups up there were part of our branding and wayfinding package. We do already have depictions of those.
Can we put those banners on the lights in Village Hall and then?
Sure. I mean, that would be lower, but,
I mean, yeah, they're not gonna be super tall, but.
yeah.
All right, stupid. It's not a stupid question.
Most of the
What? I mean, is this the gateway to actually, could this not be a gateway to doing more and more? Could we, that's gotta be a minimum cost. I mean,
It's not expensive.
But
Ju-
let's leave it on our shorter poles, because those are probably like taller poles.
You can get them 36 inches up to 60 or 72 inches, depending on, if you want a
Yeah, I
power
mean, I'm not
pole,
gonna
you want
put
a
a-
larger.
Big one, and it would go like halfway to the ground.
our poles are only 6 foot, so, 36 would be the max, it'd be half a pole. Right.
I
but,
mean, that could be fun.
but again, the one on the right there, Enriched by Nature, that should be, and then Marvin Day, we switch it out. But, I mean, I'm just trying to.
I'm all for it.
Yeah,
But we can put them
seasonal
at the
stuff.
front too, because we don't have streetlights anymore, right?
Yeah,
Well, the
but this is
roundabouts
money.
we do, and we
This
got
is-
Yeah, but
these on
can
those.
we put them on those?
That's what y'all want, put in the budget.
What
We would have to
ballpark, what is it?
In the
permission by
agreement.
power, but we've been I've been successful with new power in the past. I would imagine.
Right out by the first mile.
No what? They're
You
not-
don't have to go to discretion.
I'd want to get a formal quote, from our printer, but that can't be that much.
Yeah, but he's talking just the banner.
It's
We
the
gotta get the
hardware.
hardware and all the other stuff
Yeah,
put on.
I'm talking just the banner cost, not part.
They're easily gonna be probably $250 each.
Depending on what you get, what you're trying to accomplish, all that kind of stuff. But like the
But-
ones at the park and at Village Hall on those lamp posts are gonna be cheap because they're gonna be small and they're gonna be easily installed. If you're gonna go with the ones on the power poles and the roundabouts, and again, if you
don't
don't go
need
too
tons.
fancy,
You
you're
don't
just,
Of them, you probably need like 2 in each roundabout.
but
We're
even at that,
starting
it's starting small,
somewhere.
yeah.
People can see it, and you'd be surprised how people go, wow, that really looks nice.
Yeah.
That really enhances what we have.
Can we put that in the parking lot? Cause I would like to come back to the signage.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Pole banners.
Yeah, pole banners. Please. And thank you.
Look for the market.
I know she had them in her pocket.
That's a good baby step for us, Wayfinder.
I agree.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
That's why you're here, Jenny. Good idea, guys.
Well, I do, I actually have some more
It was
ideas.
Davey's
on this.
idea.
I really do wanna come back to this, because I actually have a few more ideas. Okay.
I like it.
But in having a lift, it makes it much easier to change. the channel.
Trying to catch up with Joe, good idea, Jax.
Listen, I totally agree with you. Again, I'm just trying to push us to that next level of, prestige.
Yeah, once a month.
Right, what do we have? I'm crazy question. What do we have now? What is our identity right now?
We don't have,
Crickets.
yeah, we don't have one.
So where do we start? And again, I would go in this year one goal.
Year one goal for pole banners?
Throw a few over at the Beaver Park.
Ideas, we'll come back to this. I got a lot of ideas.
All
We'll
right.
get a good idea check.
So 5-year goals, again, you'll see this, in everyone I've sent, increase education and training of staff. I want them to be able to address any situation that may come up. That includes safety, risk management, horticulture, and maintenance. I added it, it's in 3 year, I added it 5 years, because it's a process. We're gonna stay on this every year. So, and we want to have a staff that, whether I'm around, superintendent's around, our staff will know exactly what to do if something comes up. Again, we want to streamline procedures for pavement preservation. What I mean by that, we could create a policy improving the efficiency and effectiveness. There's minor repairs out there, small potholes that we could literally do in-house that we would not have to have a contractor do. It takes a plate hot patch. It's not a, it can be done right. You just have to-
bag that you can use
As long as you cut it out and make it neatly, it's gonna hold. It's just, it's things that we can do internally, but we just need a little bit of equipment.
If nothing else, it's a temporary thing until you get, the whole.
The cold patch will work on neighborhood streets, because they don't get the heavy traffic and that. So if you do it right, you know what you're doing, it's gonna last, and it's just gonna continue to keep paying for itself for us to do it in-house, instead of having to have an engineer get involved and a contractor every single time we have a little tiny chunk of asphalt that falls out like this. It's just not right. It's just very much more economical that way.
Again, we'll just, in 5 years, we want to make sure we're continuing to monitor, sanitation recycling program and building on our emergency preparedness. Again, we'll always have that in there because we're always going to look for ways to get better and be more prepared.
Maybe as you just make a comment on the other thing. You've been here a while now and you've gone through all 4 seasons. And I'm sure that each season you go through, you look back at that season and go, okay, we could have used this equipment, this, we can probably do this better, do this better. Again, as I told Jill, I think the best time to look for efficiencies is when you're running really good. That's when you can really be more efficient, as opposed to when your hair's on fire, you don't think straight. But again, I think all this, I'm glad to put that in there, that looking for the efficiencies and building on things, the safety, these aspect of it is huge. But again, great job.
Well, thank you. And it's a learning experience. So all the experience I had was in another location and we had our ways of doing things, but when we start putting out brine, what we have right now, equipment wise. So even yesterday, we missed one spot that we had listed and we got caught. And so it was a learning experience for our staff. It'll never happen again. So we were able to address it after the fact. That's not what we want to do. We want to address it in advance. So all of this is going into a learning experience, documentation, and training for future events.
Good job. Thank you.
So before we get too far on, I just wanted to ask you real quick, did you follow up on that power broom suggestion?
I did.
Get any information?
I did. I was able to look into it. I pulled as much information as I could while I had an opportunity. So the power broom, I'm assuming this is
Yeah, that was what I had in mind. It was something that I had a thought about, and I spoke to Kim about it, and it's something that can be, I know y'all have seen on construction sites when they're paving or whatever, they have a power broom out in front of a tractor that pushes. So they do make them for truck mounts, and since we have the snowplow attachment on the frame of our new truck, this could mount on that. And it could be used for general maintenance of street cleaning in the roundabouts and even at the park on the paved road, whatever. but it could also be used for snow removal in the wintertime. Because we don't get significant snowfall, but we could sweep 2, 3 inches of snow off of the road if that was needed in a, particular type of situation. So that was why I thought about it. So I asked Davey to look into it. So he did do some research, and they can be, adapted for certainly a lot of different things.
What I found, Andy, is, they are adaptable to trucks, but they do run on hydraulics. So you have to purchase a separate system that just sits in the bed of the truck, hydraulic system that actually
It would be
operates.
like a snowplow setup.
Pretty much. Now,
You'd have a,
the reason you'll see tractors in there and bush hogs or, skid steers, they're already hydraulically, all of their equipment hydraulic. So they're made primarily for those that you can adapt those to a truck. You just have to have a way to operate them hydraulically. I looked for one that was electric. I didn't find one right off of me, and I feel investigate further. Maybe we can find one.
the way the snowplows work, is it's an electric over hydraulic system, so it uses an electric pump to pump the hydraulic, fluid, much like a dump trailer and things like that. So that's how they adapt for snow blowers and snow plows and such on the front of trucks. So I'd imagine the same thing would apply for this. But I do see where you found some tow behind units, which are all self-contained, which would do pretty much the same thing. You just pull them behind you. The only issue I could see with that would be if you're doing snow removal with it, you have to drive through it first versus pushing through it. So, but
I didn't have a full understanding exactly. We're looking at snow removal, you have to look at different. We're looking at just cleaning roundabouts, and we keep the roundabouts clean, but the concrete island, that's a bigger challenge. That puts us right.
It's more dangerous with your guys being out there blowing it.
yeah, this is a safety issue.
Equipment to drive.
Yeah, if you're just driving with traffic and you got your lights on and you're sweeping stuff, nobody's out in traffic, which makes it 100 times safer situation. And it's quicker too. I mean, you just, and you're done. If you're out there with blowers,
We do.
if you're out there with blowers, as Joe and I well know, it takes a lot of effort and time, and it is very dangerous to be out there in that traffic circle. Even with law enforcement as an escort, it's still dangerous. So, as we found out. So, that was an idea that I had, and I'm not sure what the costs are, but that's something that you'll have to
I'll have to
dig
look
into.
preliminary, how true it is. You know, sometimes it'll pop up an image and then show a price to it. 8 to 12 grand is what I found, and that I haven't reached out to these companies yet to get a true cost. Now, one thing I do have concern about, this particular company here is out of Wisconsin, so if it breaks, I gotta figure out how we're gonna get parts back.
Parts
Do
and
they have
service.
authorized dealers?
Yeah, all that. So there's a lot of background, but $8,000 to $12,000 is not more than I expected. I expected it to be in that range. So, I mean, for what it could do for the average daily thing, $8,000 to $12,000, it would last us, God knows, probably 20, 30 years for what we use it for. It would pay for itself pretty quickly. And, in labor hours.
Yeah, I agree.
Instead of thinking about the sidewalks, we're gonna expand what we take over and maintain and everything. Do we have a policy that if you have a sidewalk there and whoever owns that property, they'll have construction back to the property and things, and when they contractor goes back and forth, with whatever equipment he has, and then it got spotted with where it's concrete broken. Do we have anything that says
We don't have a policy for that, and it's one of those, I'm sorry.
If it doesn't, speed to, because I agree with Wayne, people driving over the sidewalks, and I mean, and that happens all the time, right? Like you're doing work in your backyard, you're driving over the sidewalk, in order to get to the backyard with all this heavy equipment, then you break it, crack it, whatever, you should be responsible for it. So if it doesn't already, Hunter, it should, so can we check on it? Thank you.
David and I have been tracking one that, but people had some stuff work done, and about within 3 weeks after we got everything done, they went and football and put the sidewalk, and we got to check, like, yes, good. Yes, they did a good job.
We are running a little behind schedule. Keep it moving. We may park some ideas here and there.
All right, so the next slide, is speaking of the solid waste program. Again, the $250 a year for the resident. The revenues per the 24 audit brought in $490,191. They collected 1,995 tons of garbage in March.
Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. Before going into solid waste, can we jump over real fast to Cowbell?
Sure.
Sorry.
You've got that as a separate discussion topic after the presentation, on the agenda. We're still in his presentation, not the discussion topics yet. Yes, I think we are, unless it's got moved.
Yeah,
he's still in.
he's just doing his presentation on solid waste.
All right.
Yeah.
It is.
So there's a typo here. I typed in wrong. It's not 452 tons of yard waste. That actually should be recycled. Next slide. Again, for 24-25 budget, still $250 per resident. And we anticipate revenue being $510,000, which equates to 2,040 homes.
It is, for some reason, it is separate. We need to.
The separate one is
fee is
just for the
separate.
fee.
There's a separate discussion later about next year's fees for solid waste.
Probably we'll talk about this. Yeah.
So I would just keep going with this, and then let's just skip over Cowbell and talk
Okay,
about
that's
the
fine.
fee.
This is just the last year and this year solid waste high level reminder and
Okay.
update summary.
Just wanted to do one, kind of brushed over with solid waste, and this is a big deal for you guys that said, the community said this could not be done. The fact that we get very little, complaints from residents is huge. And I think we, as a village, not only for the solid waste company that we're using, but other contractors and businesses, maybe we send out a recognition letter recognizing the company, the tree company, for instance, and those companies that are doing things above and beyond the more than our expectations. It's almost like a Google rating for them, whether it's a letter from the town or yourself or something like that. Maybe put that on the parking lot list and see what companies do we want to recognize for doing outstanding, and they would love that, to have that to kind of pitch to other towns, whatever they're doing. But I don't think we're doing it enough from a recognizing standpoint. But that's a big deal. This garbage thing not having, or having as few as.
We should
'cause I don't have
clarify, we're talking about customers calling us
Right.
to complain about active. We get very few. I don't know that we have ever asked active to tell us how many phone calls they get in a single year, because we do push residents to go directly to active when they have
I get
like a
that,
missed
but
collection.
But the fact that they're handling it and it's not coming to us.
Exactly.
Says
That's
a
what
lot about
agreed.
what they're doing. And
I just wanted to
the tree
clarify that
service,
it,
yeah.
we're not saying no resident ever has a problem, but they're going straight to active. Yeah.
Let's just ask them, because they may have very few calls as well.
Right.
I can say as an
Yeah.
active customer prior to Marvin taking it over, that it's night and day. They have improved so much in terms of the service they've provided of the village of Marvin versus what we were when we were just one house contracted with Active.
I can second that.
Yeah, it's been amazing as well.
And you know how vocal I was against them from the beginning. beginning because I fired them for, when it was just, when they were servicing me as an individual. And they have come a long way since they've been servicing.
Anyway, so in our lines of no recognition.
And I didn't mean to overlook that. That's, you actually was right. I handled the most, I can't recall the last, what complaint I got. This wasn't a complaint, but yesterday I got a phone call, or the day before yesterday. And it was about, the trash wasn't picked up, and I asked them if they put it out on the curb, and said, no, we didn't put it out. So, it was one of those, but it was.
Here's your sign.
It was, just confusion on holiday. And,
Well, I even saw it come out, Martin Luther King does not affect trash pickup, we sent it out.
Right. So, it was just, that's one thing, and that's the first thing I can remember getting on active.
The gentleman, that, a lot before Christmas, he came in there and I talked to him about it the other day. He was surprised that we picked up trash and all the other stuff, yard waste, and we did it every week. And he was very pleased with it.
Okay, moving on to this one here, I wanted to bring this back to you again, if y'all had last year you didn't have any desire to move forward with any of these options, but just want to kind of give you another opportunity to look at them. Some of the desired services may be bulk collection at curbside. We do have a once a year bulk collection, it's very successful. We get over 70 vehicles typically per year that bring bulk in. It's a one-day event, and it works really well. But there are options out there if you wanted to move forward with a weekly or bi-weekly collection.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I would suggest that we consider 2 instead of 1 event a year, bulk collection, because 12 months is a long time to wait if you miss it by a day, you know, and you have something and it has to sit around for a year. 6 months is a long time,
When
but
we get to
it's a
the
lot
bottom
better.
of the fees, if we can just bring that back up, because we can look at what that's gonna cost. I think it's like $2,000. That should, and those fees are based on previous years, so they could be wrong.
Yeah.
So there's also an option for glass and cardboard. So if that's something you're interested in, looking at that a little further, but.
There's your costs.
I just had a question. I remember this coming up, maybe it's been 2 years now, that they were having a hard time making ends meet. And they came to us and was asking us if we adjusted, whatever happened.
We talked about it. Like $2,000 for the one-day event, so I think, right? I mean, we did one in, I think, one in spring. So people can hold on to it. Whatever they can figure out, they should have their person take it away, whatever they got.
These projections that you're looking at. Maximum allowable CPI in our contract with them annually. So typically, this is what we've done in the past. It's not a guaranteed 3%. Sometimes Active likes to think it is, but it's really whatever the consumer price index is dictating. We did a 3% recalculation with in the range for us to not anticipate needing an increase next year either.
If we up it to 2 days for the 2,000, I mean.
So that is something that we could absorb because for the last 2 years, we have collected in revenue above what we have spent, and that money technically has to be earmarked only to be used for solid waste. Typically, it's saved up in case we,
have additional needs like this, or in case we ever decide to go in-house with solid waste services, we would have a sort of collection in there. Right now, we have $92,000 in that account, so I would recommend absorbing the $2,000 and not pass it on to your.
So the consumer price index for, the way that the RFP was written, it's for specifically for garbage and trash collection. I just checked it about 3 months ago and it was hovering right under 2%. So the CPI likely is not gonna be 3%. We can go to 3%. Going back to Councilman Markleese's question about them having some issues, it is something that they did not, look at. They submitted a proposal for increases of tipping fees, which is a cost that's gonna be borne to them as an increase in their operations year by year by year, and that's not something that we put in the contract. So would it be a good gesture to actually go to 3% and maybe give them a little bit more for the adjustment in tipping fees that they've had, I think a 12-14% increase? Possibly, which when we go, I don't know if the slide is different.
You have
Really
it
good
in the talking
discussion
point.
that we're due to have. We could have it now, since we're in here to save time. Essentially, active waste, following up to what Christina said, they did not anticipate their tipping fees going up 15%. They didn't build themselves any out in their contract with us to increase for tipping fees. The only thing they built into the contract was CPI. And in the past, we've given them CPI of 3 the last 2 years in a row. This year, to Christina's point, it's probably around 2. That's really all we are obligated to give them. They have come back and asked us if we will consider a 6% CPI. We have, the three of us have met, we've crunched numbers, we want to be very clear. We are under no obligation to exceed 2 per contract. However, after crunching numbers, we do believe we can go as high as 4.5 CPI next year, while still not having to raise rates for consumers, for our residents at all. One of the reasons that we feel we would like to recommend that you consider doing that is because we have crunched numbers for how much it would cost to bring solid waste in-house. We have crunched numbers of how much it would cost to switch companies. And in the long run, it's gonna cost us way more and our residents way more than potentially help Active stay afloat, stay in business, and continue to offer us the service that we feel we all like, our residents like. They are way cheaper than every competitor out there.
So when do we?
So would we get an extension of our contract for doing that?
I mean, it's a year-to-year thing, so our overall contract is set to be renegotiated in 27. We're not saying once we give them 4.5 next year, we're gonna give them 4.5 every year. They're simply saying our costs went up hugely. We sort of messed up and didn't leave ourselves any way. We came back and said, sorry guys, a contract is a contract. They know that CPI is the only negotiating tool they have, so they've simply requested 6. We're only obligated to give around 2. But again, we're
But if we
saying
give
in the
them
long run,
something more than we're obligated.
yeah, it would be an addendum. We would do
So,
an addendum.
But could we extend it in so that it locks in us a little bit more long term? So
Oh,
extended,
I doubt they're gonna let us go past 27 without renegotiating, because they're gonna screw
But
our tipping
when
fees.
we go to 27, will that be a whole new bid process for other or just them?
So with that being said, because I'm very, very concerned that their tipping fees have gone up this high. I'm very concerned that come renegotiations or going back out for bid, they are gonna come back at an astronomical number that is absolutely crazy. So I'm wondering if we do some good faith at 4.5, I think 6 is not off the table, but if we go to 4.5, because it still works with our budget, we go to 4.5, like, I want them to acknowledge the fact that we have done this, and so when it is time for us to go back out for bid in 27, they are recognizing that we have been willing to work with them and not
totally come back with a, crazy number.
They want to claw back costs that we've had.
Weddington is also under contract with them, and they have, the director, finance director at Weddington has basically said they're willing to talk to me and kind of say, what you do, we'll consider doing, because they're being asked the
The
same.
same thing, yeah.
They're a much bigger contract than us, like, they have way more residents, so they're basically saying, like, let's agree together to do the same thing.
Would they be willing to go to 4.5?
They were waiting to hear what we were going to do, but, I think they will.
Can we do a hybrid of what John was saying? Do we have to go for rebid in 27?
I
Can-
think
can-
we have an option to extend.
So,
But they probably,
but here,
You
no,
gotta
no, no,
ask.
no, because it's negotiation. If we go to the 4.5 and say, we'll go to the 4.5 this time for an additional year extension, because if you actually crunch the numbers, and I'm sure you crunch the hard numbers, that it would over the next 2 years would save us money. Because I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, that they're gonna come up with an astronomical number because it's a competitive process.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have to, again, crunch numbers to get what we're doing. But I think it's to our advantage to say, we'll go to the 4.5 for an extension and you'd be surprised.
their business.
You'd be surprised. If I were them, I'd jump all over it because I'm already guaranteed another year. Where I get my 4.5 and I get an additional year of activity. They don't want to go into a competitive process again. No company wants to do that. So use that to our
But do we
advantage.
have to? Just to make sure I understand what you're saying, are you suggesting that we offer to give them 4.5 CPI for fiscal year 26 and 27, as long as they agree to a 1-year extension where we don't revisit our contract until fiscal year 28?
Right, and I would massage that with Weddington as well to see if they were gonna do the same thing, because again, they didn't want to go back into the competitive process.
But do we have to? I mean, can we do that, or do we have to go back out for bid?
That was my
We have to look
question.
at the contract, but we do believe that we have an option to extend.
I think we have an option.
I know, but per like state, like statute rules of going out for bid for contracts.
This
and
is
it's like-
our relationship with them to exercise whatever we want to do.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation.
Well, okay, so if, obviously, we're gonna have to go back to the table at some point, either 27, 28, whatever we come up with. So you guys did the numbers on doing it in-house. How much more is it doing it in-house versus the contract?
Right now, it's a little over $20 a month.
well, that was with no land acquisition either for
I'm-
storage.
I'm talking about from them, what they're charging us is about what, $250 a year. We would be $36 a month.
So we'll be at like
That's
450,
the same
450
ballpark.
per person per year. Okay, so all I'm trying to do is create a base point here. So if at the end of this, their contract goes through the roof. Now we have okay, this is where we can do it at house. This is where they are. This is where their competitors are. Where are we, in the middle in that scenario? Because I like your idea. If we can keep extend it another year, keep the cost level at a manageable price level, but we have to be looking at, okay, now in 28, if they take this deal, we still have to go back to the table and renegotiate our contract. That could be a significant, yeah, that could be a significant increase. So we need to be looking at, maybe not, because, they've been growing a lot. Like, they are taking on everything. And once a company goes in, and you know this, right? You go in low, you get everybody's contracts, and then you go, and you sacrifice that initial to get your foot in the door. I feel like that we're getting close to that point where they're gonna be starting to go, okay, now we're in everywhere, now we can start raising our prices because we beat the competition out.
Well, their investment just in trucks, I would imagine, would be so much that they can't afford to lose a contract. either.
Right.
We have to stay.
Right.
We'll look into it. Now, when finally present the budget to you with this recommendation, we'll have the answers. We will probably have to do a renegotiation of the contract to include it, because I think the contract says something to the effect of you can't extend it until X year, but we'll look at it.
So for show of hands from council, going to 4.5, for you to talk to about it, where does that go in?
I'm good with it.
I'm fine.
I mean, it's not changing how much our residents are paying. It's showing some good faith with the company because they didn't factor in some of this stuff, so it shows that we're willing to work with them some. And if we can get Weddington on board, it's just, strengthen numbers, right?
And I think
It's
I
20,000
know that Active will be very grateful for that benevolence because they understand that you're under no obligation and they understand that they messed up really bad, but they also, it's been a learning curve for them. This is like the first time they've tried to swim in this municipal pond and they've recognized they made some mistakes from the jump, but it's gonna make them a better, stronger.
Well, and I mean, really, Christina said it's just under 2%, so we're really giving them almost 2.5% more than we have to. And it's, again, I think it's goodwill, it's being extended.
Just looking at the time.
I think we're
We're
ready
gonna end up eating through lunch, y'all.
Well, you all,
Like,
let's
we
just
go
skip
ahead and
this.
like.
We can skip this conversation on the agenda now because we just had it, so that's one less thing for us to do.
That CP, will be our contingent now
Christina,
on.
I think yes, I think it's gonna be contingent on the extension and with what Weddington does, and obviously, you guys can do all that work and then talk to us about it during the budget season.
I just want to make one quick comment, because I want the public to know, we're all for saving money, and we're not here to give money away frivolously. But we can't, on one side of our mouth, say, man, they have been night and day, they've been great, they've done this, they've done this, but no, I'm not gonna give them 2%. I mean, let's talk reasonable and common sense here, that they've extended themselves. Davies Tree, and hats off to Active for what they've done, because, but I just want people to know that we're just not here in a group going, yeah, we'll just give them another 2.5%. That's part of negotiation. That's part of doing business, and we have to recognize that, so.
We've had to weigh the option of finding a different company, addressing the breach of contract, the legalities, the legal costs, the
Talking about CPI, you're also talking about the fact there can be a reverse of that, where
Testing.
While we're waiting on this, I'm already planning on us doing, a working lunch, but we still have CIP to go through and your, budget priorities and then the parking lot, and then we need to go back around and add to our years, so.
We're good.
Probably spend a good amount of time on the sheet right now. We're good.
Yep.
This sheet you guys see regularly, this is not a budget, there's no money to this that we put in some capital project ordinance or anything like that, other than if they're highlighted for capital project ordinances, we try to carry those numbers out. So these are just numbers that we use for projection purposes to kind of let you guys know where we are on our POW bill expenditures and our roads. We kind of have this reassessment in, basically how we're allocating money for POW bill, sidewalks, greenways, that kind of stuff. We put a lot of
new things in here over the last couple of months, just taking into consideration things that haven't traditionally.
You should be good, you should be good to go.
Okay, so, clearly the first thing you're gonna notice is that 1 cent roundabout share for fiscal year 25-6 and on. I'm clearly not including the reval there yet. This is just based on current valuation. I'm not even gonna bother until we know what we're actually looking at. But obviously those numbers are gonna go up if you continue to allocate 1 cent, okay? Which is your choice. And then the rest of it underneath that, you'll see the expenses that we have planned. Everything that's listed under expenses for fiscal year 24 to 25 has been budgeted. 25 and 6 and on, this is not a budget. We have not yet budgeted for these items. These are just placeholders. We've got, you know, preventative treatments for roads, emergency repairs, engineering, roundabouts. We started allocating staff salaries to Powellville, which is allowed by statute. Various things on there. To Christina's point, we've added for fiscal year 25 to 26, we've added the repairs that have to be done to the loop, stormwater, gutter, some sidewalk maintenance costs. These numbers will be finalized as we continue to assess and then as we set the budget for next year. I try to separate out what we can pay with Powellville and what we're paying with other sources for you. That we're paying down below, that's not Powellville, is our share of roundabouts or our share of the Marvin Loop or other things, village, like other things that are being paid for with either grant money or capital money that we have set aside. So that's not going to be paid for out of Powellville, and that's why it's separated out. What you really want to hone in on is the bottom two sections. It shows you every single year how much your expenses are that would be paid via Powellville and whether you have enough to cover it. So as you can see, if these numbers turn out to all be correct, and right now they're just placeholders, starting in fiscal year 26 to 27, we will not have enough in our Powellville bucket to pay for everything that we currently have estimated to be paid with Powellville funds. We're short $114,904, okay? Which is fine because we've got some additional money that we knew Powellville wasn't going to be enough. So we've been saving up in this little area here. So we have money left over to kind of cover that shortfall. And that is true across the board, at least right now, until we get to fiscal year 29 to 30, where, as you can see, we have a almost $500,000 shortfall for Powellville, and I don't have enough in the other bucket to cover it. So we end up with an overall shortfall of 300,000. Do I think those numbers are accurate right now? No, that's just, it's harder to project that far into the future, but so it's not a cause for worry or panic or overreaction, but it is a cause to say, okay, we need to look at that. We either need to increase revenues or cut back on expenses for that year because we don't have enough currently to cover it all. So it's just something to be thinking about as we get into those later years.
Just a quick question, why wouldn't, for instance, village share roundabout street amendments and overruns fall under Powellville? have them under the other?
Okay, so the village share of roundabouts, the reason it's not being paid for with Powell bill dollars is because we're gonna pay for it out of the roundabout capital project fund that we established and that we're funding with that 1 cent that you allocated. That's where that's gonna come from, so we don't need to spend Powell bill money on it, we have a capital fund for that. We could,
But we don't have it to spend, we've already spent them on other things.
right, if I were to move that $64,000 share up here, now we're no longer in the green for Powell bill, we're 40,000 short because I don't have it to spend it. But it's okay because the capital fund does have it to cover that expense. So sometimes I shift these numbers around. If I don't have enough, like for instance, there are some things that I have earmarked to pay for out of Powell bill fund. That's really just because they are eligible to be paid for out of Powell bill funds, whether I have the money or not. There's no reason why, if I know I'm short 115,000 in Powell bill, I can't take some of these expenses up here and move them down and say, I have to pay for them with other money because Powell bill's not gonna be enough. That is what I do. I just don't do it on the spreadsheet because I don't wanna make it even more complicated than it already is.
Okay.
But I just know that when I don't have enough money and I'm short 115,000, it's gonna be paid for out of other buckets of money.
Real quick, before we get too far, like, on the high level, let me just go through some of the expenses, real fast, just in a little more detail, just so y'all understand some of it. So the VOM roads preventive maintenance schedule, that's what's listed in the AMT pavement condition survey as what, what roads we're gonna fog seal in what given year. That's kind of what that cost is.
I do wanna make one comment on that. This might get revised again because when I showed this to Davey, he is under the impression that the latest PCS.
I read it wrong.
Okay, never mind, keep going.
This is right.
Okay.
Preventative maintenance is every other year for the roads that we currently have, and you guys are taking the approach that the years that we're not doing it, you wanna look at taking over additional DOT roads. We kind of did that 150,000 every year, half of it for village roads, half of it for NCDOT roads. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's what those two are. Estimated emergency repairs, that's just anything that comes up, as David mentioned, potholes.
Are those for emergencies?
Yeah.
Adjusted for inflation.
Engineering costs, those are gonna be where we're seeing those studies that we talked about. The pavement condition surveys, I'm sorry, no. That's engineering costs that we need for anything to hold our hands through those processes. Or anything that comes up that we need, that's generally what we've been seeing those costs at. Roundabout maintenance is pretty self-explanatory, so is, staff costs, traffic calming measures, not a whole lot there. Trails and loops, greenways, is something that we've not traditionally put money towards repairs, so we just kind of earmarked that 150 that you see in 25-26 is what we estimate for the Marvin Loop. You see those quotes a couple months ago, we're gonna bring that back to you, I think at the next meeting, but we went ahead and put 150 in there for that repair. As we increase trails and the trails are more complex, like we've seen with Tomore, they're, using the boarding, decking, especially if it's composite, we need to keep in mind that those costs are gonna be, increasing more and more for the repair of those. Stormwater and gutter, those are just things that come up because of stormwater collapse or something that, emergency purposes. We won't really know more, we'll know more about that once the stormwater inventory that we're getting AMT to look at changes. I suspect that number will actually increase pretty substantially. Which number? The stormwater and gutter. Those, we can't really put a number to them because we don't really know what we got. We don't know what problems we got till they happen. We're dealing with a problem right now and,
Courtyard and Marvin.
yeah, courtyard, with an issue here. Sidewalk maintenance, yeah, as you've heard, we're taking over that more. And then the sidewalk, stormwater and sidewalk, and it's the 50,000 in year 29 to 30. That's for additional assessments. Those are the assessments that we want to do every 5 years. And then the restorative maintenance, that's where you're here to joke to the world. $150,000 is probably not a good number, but we wanted to throw something out there. I think your road, Bob, 3-4 years ago was probably $200,000 or $300,000. So That number could be more, and the more roads we have, the more we need to plan for that restorative maintenance. And then the pavement condition survey, we do that every 5 years as well. Those are, those costs.
That's just an extra expensive year because those 5-year things happen and fall on.
5 years.
So this plan, when we look at the expenses, Davey and Christina, when we look at this, this is saying, this is on a scale of 1 to 10, this is a robust 7 to 8 that really puts us in a good place to maintain the roads and preventative maintenance and all of that. It puts us, we feel good about these expenses because if we start to, if some of these expenses start to go away because we just don't, let's just say we don't have the money or we don't want to allocate that kind of money, then we're going to get further deterioration of the road. So you feel good about these expenses. And I'm saying this because the federal government, they don't have a revenue problem, they have a spending problem. That's huge when you say that. For us, we don't have a spending problem, we have a revenue problem. And that's what we have to manage. We have to manage the revenue side of it. But we can't manage the revenue side until you, the two of you, tell us that this plan puts us in a good spot. Anything less than this, we're going to have to start looking more at the revenues. Does that make sense? So if you tell us that this plan through fiscal year 30 is good, then, and we have a deficit, then we have to look at what our revenues are. Because me personally, this as a council, we all have our opinions of it. But I don't want us to get to a point where we're trying to save money, but it's going to cost us a significant amount more because we're trying to save money in the short term. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think we feel pretty confident with the number, with the exception of, like I said, the stormwater and gutter, don't really know what those numbers are.
Got that.
And then the restorative, I think we probably need to start putting more money into the restorative, in my opinion. And it also doesn't take into consideration something you mentioned before, somebody mentioned it, is future roundabout projects that you may want to start earmarking money for it. Maybe we keep the penny until that project is over and we just keep that penny committed to other projects, but that, none of those future projects are.
I thought that we already discussed that too, that we were gonna keep it. So.
Yeah, but that's, I don't know. You have that, you have it coming off.
No, it's in there. Okay. It goes in there all the way through 29 to 30, but it's gonna increase because your value of a penny is gonna increase after your reval. So if you keep it at a penny, it will increase the amount that's going towards the roundabout. I do believe that other than Powellville and vehicle tag fee revenue, that 1 cent that you're putting towards the roundabout is really the only other revenue that is going towards roads right now. So, to your point, Councilman, I do believe you have a revenue problem, and I do believe we need to look beyond roundabouts because the vehicle tag fee and Powellville, even those two together, I don't really feel is enough revenue to really cover everything in the long term that you're going to need to maintain and preserve your roads. So I feel that we need to throw some more money at roads outside of the roundabout.
So our trend, I'm saying this from helping us down the road because we have to be transparent in what we're saying. People have opinions of the vehicle tax. In my opinion, that can't go away.
Right.
We're tied to that at this point. Not only are we tied to that, we're tied to, we have to be transparent with the public and put this up in the public and go, this is what we face. We don't have an expense problem. We have a revenue problem. We're going to start running short here. Would you rather have half-cent increases this year, and this year? Or would you rather just say nah, we'll just bite the bullet and then in 3 years, 5 years out, when we go to 4 cent increase, you want to raise hell on us.
Well, it all depends on how long you plan on living in the village.
No, but I'm just.
If you have a short-term plan, then you want to push it
I
out.
understand that, but this is a real conversation to have with the general public. Our constituents should have every right to see this and understand where the hell we're at today and where we're going.
Well,
Because they're gonna be like, well, and we need to decide, is it a half cent here? Because to Wayne's point, that 1 cent has to be in there.
it does. Here's the thing, though, that we got to remember, okay? As we've talked about with the reval, how we're going to adjust the tax rate. Well, that's all going to affect this too, because if we dial it back to 6 cents, we take that 1 cent completely out because the revenue is higher because of the valuations being higher. How does that affect this? Because then this does that revenue line goes away. We don't have that 1 cent allocated to this anymore. We'll have the same amount of revenue stream, but we'll have to adjust how it's applied because we won't just have that 1 cent that's dedicated for that completely.
I'm not arguing.
No, I'm not saying, I'm just saying we got to remember that when we do this, we have to adjust how we allocate those funds and make sure that we keep the funds in here and adjust it to where we don't go to the red in 29-30. You know, when it seems like we're gonna have to.
Reval programs every 4
And
years.
so,
40 years.
yeah, we could be facing another, well, and we don't know whether it's gonna go up or down either.
I totally get that. This is a constant.
Right.
These numbers are never gonna go down. by the
They're
way.
never gonna go down. The only thing that could possibly go down is if energy prices do come down and asphalt prices do, they can't.
Stabilize some, just not,
Stabilize,
they're not
right.
coming down. They might stabilize, but they aren't coming
Right,
down.
right.
And the only thing that could change in the next 5 years, based on the conversations we've had prior to this conversation, number one, if we implement a stormwater program, that stormwater program would be built around it to pay for itself. And so therefore, the curb and gutter and all that stuff would go away. Also, we talked about maybe doing some level of in-house patch and repair kind of stuff. We would obviously need to offset that with equipment costs and training costs for staff. That could change if we take Davies through and educate them for us to make it. Those are gonna be so inconsequential that they're probably not gonna make a huge impact.
But the more transparent we are right at this moment and moving forward, the easier it is for people to digest what increases will come down the road. Because again, let's be real, we're doing a hell of a lot with a little. And so, but when we are at a point where we're having to do an increase, they can stomach that better knowing that they see this, and the more transparent we can be at it today and moving forward, they can start to see that, okay, in year 30, in order to maintain our roads and to maintain our standards in the village of Marvin, we're going to have an increase, and it's not going to catch me as a surprise. You can't say things are great and in year 30 go up 4 cents. That's all I'm saying. And we gotta be better stewards and good stewards of that prospect, because that's the reason we plan, and we plan to tell people, you know what, would you rather have a half cent through this? Because who knows when they're leaving or when they're staying or who's coming in. We can't forecast for that. But what we can forecast based on this, that in year 30, we're running short.
Well, one thing I want
Without
to,
reval though, but yes.
one thing I want to mention is that in greenways and trails, you know, we have a good amount of money that we're using right now on the existing project that we're trying to finish out next year. But we don't have any more money allocated for greenways and trails until 27, 28. Other than the tip project that Hunter's working on, that's when we don't have anything left until 27, 28 for greenways and trails. So if y'all want anything additional between now and then, besides what's already in the queue, then we need to talk about adding that too.
And the upside too is we're always working with CRTPO, we're also working with the state to offset some of these expenses as well from some type of grants or programs that can benefit us and help us. But overall, we have to just be transparent with the constituents to say, this is where we're at today. And no, you just get it in your mind, the back of your mind, that there's things are gonna have to be different than they are today.
Well, to your point, I think that we should add some in there for trails and greenways, because a lot of times our trails and greenways are by opportunity. And if an opportunity arises that we can do something economically and, you know, efficiently, and we don't have anything in there to do it in that opportunity, we lose.
Some unassigned fund balance if an opportunity arises that we could potentially look at. We do have a plan starting in 27 to 8 to start building some money into these estimates for future trails. And we do currently have a little bit of money set aside for greenways and trails that if it doesn't all get gobbled up by Tullamore and the C4 and low hanging fruit that we might go after, that's also going to potentially be there, but we'll always sort of be on top of how much money we can find for greenways and trails. But we are planning on the sheet for those years out to start budgeting for it, start planning.
Just keep that in mind when you get to the CIP, that you have, in the CIP for greenways and trails, have historically used the capital project fund that we've had that we're gonna no longer have any money in after the projects in the queue are done. So in the CIP for year 26, 27, there's $0. So if you see something in the CIP for those years that you definitely want to get done, then we need to come back to this tracker sheet, plug in some allocations there.
And the other thing too is keep in mind that when we go into budget season and we start looking at the reval and what the numbers come out to be, you know, you guys may decide that you don't necessarily want a whole cent going into the roundabout because a whole cent is going to be worth more now. So you might choose to do, you know, a half cent in the roundabout fund and a half cent just in a generic road maintenance fund. But we'll start playing around with those and crunching numbers during budget season and make sense.
When does the county think they're actually gonna happen? March?
I mean,
We're doing them now, right?
You've got your open house schedule already.
No, we have the open house schedule in early March.
our evaluation.
Hard to do, it's about on that. Right on.
I mean, we start our budget process a lot earlier, so it does get tricky for Christina and I. We sort of ballpark, and we'll probably ballpark based on what they've told us. We're not gonna probably ballpark at 60%.
Ballpark at 40 and then.
Yeah, and it's gonna be so crude because I'm literally taking last year's valuations and just bumping it up, but that doesn't account for people bought and sold new cars. People went out and bought boats. You know, there's more personal property, for instance, so there's more cars. And then homes have closed that weren't on the tax bill last year, but will be this year. So it is a crude calculation, but it gets us in a ballpark to start the budget until we get the letter. And then we're like, oh, okay, it's even higher. And then we have some actual numbers, but we will have some crude numbers. Do you want me to revisit the penny while we're on this right now or not yet?
Yeah, and I don't know if we made note, if we need to, John left, he had to take a call for a second, he's not gonna be back till after lunch.
Okay, I'll put that, we think about 10 minutes ago roughly.
Lunch arrived too, so I don't know if we want to break to grab our food real quick and gobble it up and come back at one. Like, what do you guys wanna do?
Do y'all wanna finish this first?
What else do we need to discuss on this? Does anybody have questions or?
Is this something we can publish? Extra?
It should be online. Is this thing not online?
This is not online.
It does get shown during like
budget
town
season.
halls, budget season, we talk about it a lot.
We just put it online and just let them know if that.
Well, it says internal document, it says internal document. For
I
me,
can, but it can be used for misinformation unless I plaster all over it. This is not a budget, you know what I mean? Which I've done watermarks on it before.
I just feel like people can take some of this and.
They do the same thing with the CIP. Again,
Yes.
Right.
people are gonna take whatever information they wanna take and twist it to their narrative,
Yeah.
period. It doesn't matter. I would rather have it on there and you put, this is not a budget. This is it's a fluid document, whatever you need to put on here, but at least have it so people can look.
It
at
also just changes, like, how many, I mean, I change it probably twice a month. I'm always in there as things change, quotes come back higher. It's a working fluid document that I'm always changing.
My thing, Jill, is I want people to see why
Yeah.
we have a vehicle tax. I want people to see why we do what we do, why we have tax increases, why there's gonna be future tax increases. It's why, because people, I can sit here and go, hell no, I don't want a tax increase. Hell no, I don't wanna pay the vehicle tax. Hell no, I don't wanna do this, because we don't know why. We don't know why we're paying. We just think it's just frivolous money that's being out there until I see this, and I'm going, oh.
So we do put this in our, so we have town halls twice a year. We do put this in our town hall. I mean, we could,
I would ask, again, I'm gonna go with what you recommend, and Chaplain recommends. I'm just trying to be as transparent for us as we can possibly be. I understand people are gonna manipulate documents and they're gonna come back and try to do this. But if we're trying to hide something, I'd say, don't put it out there. But we're not trying to hide something. Jill's got an answer for every one of these numbers and they are fluid.
well, and I don't think we're definitely not trying to hide anything, but what we're trying to do is avoid confusion, because what happens is Jill does update this very periodically, and it's for reasons, that, like, Davey was looking at the numbers for, the preventative maintenance. When we have this conversation, we start adding some maybe numbers in for trails or adding in some changes for equipment based on what, quotes that he's got, those numbers change. So it's not gonna be a lot, but it's just a matter of having outdated information. We have something new, having that human error component, but we're gonna have to update it.
This updated online every 6 months.
The other thing I will,
I mean,
the other thing I will remind you though, we did,
every 6 weeks, it's too hard for them to go in and do it, but every 6 months,
Put some disclaimers.
we
on it.
did talk extensively about it during the budget process. We talked extensively about the roundabout, about setting that 1 cent. We talked a lot about the 1 cent tax increase to cover operations. You all raised the tax rate to 8 cents. Everybody thought they were coming with the pitchforks the day that we were gonna be adopting the budget. No one came, no one complained. I didn't get a single phone call. I think you even said like, wow, we must have done a pretty good job
no,
explaining to
they just
people
go online and do it.
why we increased the tax rate, because nobody came to complain about it, or, and so I do think we did a good job during the budget season. We had so many meetings of educating
did.
people as to why we were increasing. And I don't know that people didn't understand, or at least realize, like, yeah, we probably did need to go up. Now, if y'all are considering a tax increase again for this coming, budget adoption season, then yes, I think we should be as transparent as possible as to why, and this document could help explain. But I'm fine with putting it online every 6 months if that's what you guys want me to do, and just put some disclaimers. It's not a budget, it's a working internal document, and it changes often,
I'm gonna be on the side of transparency. But I don't want to do more work on staff in any way. So if there's a happy medium in there to be, I want people to know why we're doing what we do. Because I can defend what we're doing. It's easier for me to defend what we're doing than try to explain what we're doing.
I worry about things like people seeing we're spending $785,000 on the loop, and they're flipping out, but they're not recognizing that that money is coming back to us up here in a reimbursement. And then next thing you know, there's people out there, we're spending $785,000 on the loop, and we have to go out and correct them. No, we're not. We're getting it right back,
No, again, I understand it, but that one explanation.
Yeah.
Fixes, because they're gonna see the numbers anyway.
But let us go back
staff and talk about maybe some ways that we can do it at a higher level. And then we'll, we can figure out. And I'll put it on the.
I'm not saying, again, I'm not criticizing what your thoughts on this. I'm just saying, I just feel better about trying to be as transparent, because I want people to know why we're doing what we're doing.
I just hate that the people that spread misinformation, when they get corrected, don't go back and correct their misinformation.
No, that could make too much sense.
So that being said, do y'all want to grab lunch? So we have to talk about this.
All right, are we done with this? Does anybody have anything they wanna talk about this? Otherwise, moving on.
Good.
So before we break, we're gonna talk about Penny, and then left before we break for Locust is gonna be the CIP presentations, your budget priorities, parking lot, and then again, going back over these goals and plugging stuff in. So we've got about 2 hours left of time, and all that to cover, so just so you're aware.
We have a really strict hard cutoff at 3.
All right, so let's talk about a penny. The reason we were all so confused. Are we breaking? We're gonna grab lunch.
Okay.
Let's grab lunch.
Mayor, would you like to declare a brief recess?
I'd like to declare a brief recess.
Here we go.
reconvene the meeting.
Testing, testing. Jill, is that showing, is that little microphone, are you seeing green on it at the top screen? To the left, to all the way to the left. Are you seeing it turn green? No? Thank you. That means it's off.
Has it been off the whole time?
No, we're good. All right, good to go.
Okay, so earlier, there was some confusion around the value of penny. And I think we just kind of made it a little bit more complicated than it needed to be. At the end of the day, the value of a penny is not going to change regardless of what tax rate you set. A penny is 1%. So that's the value. The only thing that does change is how many of those pennies you will decide to charge when you set your tax rate. That being said, a crude calculation, again, this is missing new homes that have closed and new property that people acquire. But if we were just basing this off of current fiscal year's assessed real property, personal property and motor vehicles, this would be the value of a penny. We take this year and it increases by 40%. That's your new penny. If the valuation comes back at 50%, that's your new penny. That's your new penny, okay? So to the point, 167,000 was our current penny, and that is how much we have earmarked for the roundabout. You could leave that number fixed. You could leave it at 167, and it would end up being about 0.6 something of a penny, fraction at that point. Or you could choose to leave it at a full penny. And if it comes back at a 60% valuation, like they're saying, then instead of 167 going into that roundabout or into roads, but 245. That make sense?
Yep.
So you set your tax rate at 6. Let's say you decide to go down 2 pennies and you set it at 6. This ends up being our new penny after the rebel. Multiply 245 times 6, and that is your total ad valorem that you're gonna have for the year, to cover everything. And comparatively, right now, your total ad valorem for the year is, I think it's on the sheet that I gave you all on your slide. You can see this year's is, I'll just grab a new slide pack. Oh, no, that's CIP.
It's in there.
Yeah, it's in there. All right. So your current ad valorem, I think it's like 1.3.
While you're looking for that, is it fair to say, if we're bringing in 170,000 today, and we can assume a 50% growth and keeping the tax rate at
8.
8, we would only see $63,000? So what, so that 230 listed there, what is the tax rate say?
1.
10%, okay. Okay.
You guys are at 8 cents. When it takes a cent to be multiply it by 8, you're looking at 1.8 million.
What I'm trying
Yeah,
to,
I don't think you're saying, I think it's a little confusing.
That's exactly it. That is what a penny at a 50% increase in valuation would be. Right now is 167 per penny that we get. If we went up to the 50% in the valuation of the property within Marvin, a penny would equal 230,000. So you would multiply that by the tax rate, and that's what your annual tax income would be for your ad valorem.
It shows you that your tax ad valorem would then be over 1.8 million for the year. It ends up where we are, and you stay at 8. You're now working with 1.8 million and change. Whereas this year you were working with 1.2, so it's a $600,000 overall net increase in revenue that you have to work with. If you stay at the current level.
So if we go to 5.5 cents at a 50%, what's the amount of money that we have to work with?
It's almost neutral. You would be at 1.28 million roughly. And right now you're at 1.24. So it just nets you 38,000 more than what we're currently working with. So
That'd be the truest, you know,
in
the
the most
truest
prudent
form,
way
right.
possible, that is your closest revenue neutral rate that I can.
So we'd be able to stay above the 5 cent if we went truly revenue neutral. But given projected expenses, that's not a good reality.
But yeah, and I wanted to kind of illustrate that before we go into the CIP. Because I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but whatever number that she just gave us, if we truly are trying to stay revenue neutral or somewhere close thereof, then you gotta consider, if we're gonna do a hold the line approach, there's not a whole lot of opportunity for what you're gonna see in the CIP.
Even if you go back down to 6%, which is what you were before this year, that's only gonna net you roughly an extra $150,000 a year above what you are getting this year at 8%. So
8 cents. 8 cents.
yeah, but 8 cents this year, you got 1.242 in revenue. If you were to go to 6 cents, and let's just say 50% is where we land, it gives you an extra 155,000 above what we had this year to work with
Which is close to,
at 2 cents.
so which is close to the 167% per penny that we are now. So that would,
Don't say
that-
percent, say.
yeah, but so, so it would be like us, that would be like us having a 9 cent tax rate, basically in our budget. That's what it's gonna work out to be.
So does, the county normally do net revenue neutral?
Depends on their budget as well.
I don't know, what's been passed, what's it been, now, you know?
If we know the answer. So, any questions on that before we move over to CIP?
You have,
We need to pass out the CIP.
We're gonna weed all this out.
you have the,
Budget process,
Yeah, I got
correct?
it.
What's next?
We're budget, but you can go ahead and pass it out.
I don't think that's next, is it?
The budget priority.
You pass them around.
So, also gonna fill a slide for your budget priorities. These are the forms that you guys filled out. Document that you all were sent a list of priorities. You guys went through and kind of highlighted what you felt were the priorities of the current year we're going into, what they need to be. So you're gonna hear the conversations that we have with the CIP and what we've identified as needs internally. And then you'll have the opportunity tomorrow to revise these budget priorities if you think that they need to change based on the previous. Budget priorities in this?
okay, so that's the CIP, that's not, Christine, you want me to just go through them? Okay, so you guys did your surveys online. Thank you for doing that. This is a much easier process this year for getting these calculated. Your top priority was roads. Pretty much as expected. Second priority was master planning for the Heritage District and the streetscape plan, followed by the Village Hall Park and event lawn. You had a tie at number 4 with consultants for the Heritage District tax overlay and infrastructure plan and the stormwater infrastructure analysis and implementation plan. Fifth place was also a tie between additional park space. We did have a comment from one of the council members that additional park space should be for active sports fields. Could also use public-private partnership arrangement. And then finance software, that was the other number 5. And then number 6, you guys were pretty split. You had a 4-way tie between Laserfish, the records management, increasing staffing levels so that we have greater redundancy in departments. We've talked about the importance of that for succession planning. And then pedestrian refuges for crosswalks and lights, specifically the location at Joe Carr and Wheatfield. We did have a second location on there with a blank for y'all to fill in. And then additional, park storage at Village Hall or other location. So those are your top priorities from the year. Regarding the second question that we asked you all, tax increase visibility, do you believe we need to, increase the tax rate in future fiscal years? We're currently 8 cents. An increase of 1 cent before the revow was 167,365. You guys, out of the 7 of y'all, 5 of you said no tax increase in future years at this time. 2 of you said you wanted to consider it. And then if you did answer yes, of the 2 of you that did answer you wanted a tax increase in future years, you guys broke it down to, well, only one of you actually filled out the form for this question, saying that in future fiscal years, we should consider a cent increase in fiscal year 26-27. That's the year after next. A half cent the year after that, and then another cent closer to 29-30. So for the most part, you guys are not in favor of tax increases at this time. We will, of course, do this every year. So.
And again, after you hear these presentations and the CFP and what you've heard thus far, you may change. And so we'll give you that opportunity to provide these, but just wanted to know going in what you're looking at. So unless y'all have any specific questions, we'll let the departments jump right into the CFP and give you their spiel.
You guys will redo these surveys tomorrow before we leave the retreat.
Davey, you're first.
First up, we're gonna call Davey. He's requesting about $140,000 in next year. As you just heard, potentially, it's not speculative, we potentially only have about $40,000 to work with for to do the whole block.
Actually,
Using the 56 roads, the back.
Well,
Okay, so.
slightly,
Sorry.
hold on. We did build into the budget this year 100,000 or so of CIP projects from last year. That technically would be freed up also, right? In theory.
Yeah, but
It gets confusing.
we'll have some operating possible.
Okay, Right.
Slightly, yes.
Okay, so for 25-26 fiscal year, I had looking to request, again, the discussion of the bucket truck. We've had a discussion earlier about, again, there's some potential options that we could look at for that amount, still behind if that were decided on, that could reduce that cost. But what the initial plan for the CIP, the bucket truck that I would be looking for is a used version. We would not need a new one, we can get a used one with, that's still has a lot of life left in it for, between the 75 and 90,000 range that would last us for our particular case, 15 plus years. I mean, you're using it, you're not using it on a daily basis and running it up and down the roads that like as you would a typical truck. But it would give us so many options that you can utilize it with. So that was for that. Lakeside corridor enhancements, I think you've seen this before. This is essentially adding another restroom at the lower end of the park. This $15,000 would be for the planning and designing of that, and then the construction of the restroom. It would be a unisex restroom. We don't have a restroom facility at that end of the park, and it is a very highly rented area because it has a covered shelter. It's got its own playground area, if you will. But anyone that rents it out has to walk back up the road midway through the park to go to the restroom. It's just a pretty good little trail.
Have you looked into the septic system from the house that used to be on that site to see if it's still viable?
We know that septic system is there. Okay. It's covered. We feel like it is, but we have not had a study come in and study it.
Bathrooms do park normally have.
That's the park.
Okay, so a park our size, how many bathrooms does the park our size normally have? I mean, I think, I mean, if you cannot get back up to the bathroom, go to the bathroom, down to the picnic shelter, like, come on. I don't know. And get a
Or
car and drive
handicap,
up there.
yeah.
Do you need your wheelchair to, or you push you up in your wheelchair there, old man?
You will be.
Will be.
Goodness.
I personally don't think we need a bathroom down there. I think it's more for the staff to do, clean up, pay for,
I think it would be a nice enhancement.
And I will say, I'm not aware that we've gotten a large response from the public, anyone requesting one down there. It's just something we see frequently and just thought as on staff level, it might be a good idea to have one.
So part of this conversation, we really want to guide it from you all is if you don't want one, if you do want one, we need to take it out or either move it future years so that we know what we're going to be focused on next year. So I don't know if you guys want to hire presentation and you go back to each one individually, or if you just want to go ahead and talk about doing it.
I think you should do the presentation.
yes, I apologize. Go ahead. Sorry.
Because you gotta know what you're prioritizing, yes.
Yeah, either one.
Next, we can the request of Councilman Deatheridge with the emergency exit for the Marvin Park. I've only begun the study into that. We do have an option to, or a location that we can actually exit the park. We've got to work with DOT to determine if they will allow that exit to be there on their roadway. So I've met with our engineer. He's aware of it. He's studying it, and we'll be working with the DOT. But that would be it would be utilized basically as an emergency exit, but it will be utilized for every event that we hold in the park as an exit for that.
On that in particular, you say DOT, so you're just looking at our frontage road.
Yes, sir.
You're not considering, or would you consider access to the fire department?
We back up to the fire department. We back up to Walden Pond on those sides.
Yeah,
Oh, it's Walden Pond over there?
But there are two spots that could be viable. There is an old driveway that was abandoned that I made Davey aware of. And then there is the far end where the trail comes around and makes a 90. There's a gate in the fence there, but there's no driveway, there's no pipe, but there is on the other section. It's an abandoned driveway that used to be used
To the trail.
to the trailer that was there when we bought the property, and that was taken out. So there's two options there that he has to work with, that whatever works the best.
That's something I can get back to you in a pretty quick turnaround. We've been working on it the last several months, but it all hinges on whether DOT will allow us.
And this is an emergency driveway, wouldn't be paved, it would be in some sort of.
But it would also be used for events.
It could be used for events.
Yes.
And the last one was for maintenance of street trees. So this goes hand in hand with the potential Tree USA designation. If any trees that are already on village-owned roadways, we would essentially take over the maintenance if they're fall within the right of way. So we built in a little bit of money there that would allow us to take care of the trees, maintain those, something if they break, remove them. I mean, that's basically what that is. We're just building some money for that project.
So it's planned to do 75.
The 275 would be the the methyl burn now. Brought back to you last year. A knuckle boom is a truck that would, it's a dump truck with a boom on it, basically. And so if street trees fall, you have to trim them, prune them, you've got to remove the debris somehow. This truck would remove the debris. In a emergency situation, inclement weather issue, where we go out and we cut limbs out of the road and we're dragging them to the side, we still pretty much need to get rid of the debris that's in the road. This truck could be utilized for that as well. So again, I showed pictures last year. I didn't have any for this year, but it's a dump truck with a knuckle bone that you pull up and put your outriggers out, pick up the debris, sit it in the bed of the truck and take off. Take it to the dump.
The dump truck went in.
Yeah.
And this could be also used to offset some of the cost of solid waste. If they have the material, they could potentially do some level of
Solid waste pickup.
solid waste pickup for that particular service.
Exactly.
You have municipalities that will have solid waste contracts for recycling and, household waste, but the internal people will do some of the bulk collection or what you referring to.
I'm pretty sure Waxaw is set up that way. They do their own,
That is,
yard waste.
that is a possibility, locally, that kind of.
They work really well. I mean, we've had several, multiple ones in previous, my previous employment, and they're still out there working. They had them, some of them are well over 10 years old. They're sturdy trucks.
I can't help but think. John, you remember this, but remember the conversations that I used to have with the with the previous councils about just getting a pickup truck. How vehemently I was opposed to where we are today. And we're talking about knuckle boom trucks and but we've come a long way in 10 years, and I feel like that the people in the village may not recognize exactly the level of support that gets done. They just kind of take it for granted because it's been gradually getting better and better and better, and people are moving in and never known what it was before. But it wasn't all that long ago that we contracted for $21,000 a year for a landscaper to come and mow Marvin Eford Park only. And we've done, I mean, this is like night and day difference comparative to what we were doing just a very few short years ago. Get off my.
All right, so that's I believe that's the extent of my request.
So let's go through Davey's, I want to go through everybody first, or do you want to go through? How do y'all want to do this?
I honestly, because Davey just gave all the presentation and now we're gonna go through and do each one of them. I honestly just think, let's just go through each one of them. Don't do the big presentation. Like, just let's start like, okay. So whoever's the next person, just dive into the first, like this page versus the other page, and then let's just talk about them.
I did accidentally leave one out. It's the expansion of the parking area. That I would recommend or suggest that we probably at least push this one off, because if there was some discussion about utilizing.
Yeah, some space for building.
Yeah. That would be it.
Okay, so the first one, the bucket truck. I think that having some sort of bucket opportunity is good. I like Andy's idea of thinking about the one that you pull. So let's get that cost compared to this cost, and then I think we can make that determination.
I think it'd be a lot less even over maintenance over time.
I agree.
Just maintaining
The trailer.
Yeah, versus,
Vehicle.
Okay, so the next one, I'm just gonna run, we're gonna go through these. Like,
But you guys are okay with that being in next year?
fine. But I would like to know which, because the full one behind is probably gonna be significantly cheaper than, and less maintenance and all the things. So let's at least look at that and then make the decision on which one we wanna go to. If it's 75,000 for just the pull along, which I doubt it, then you get the truck and you do the whole thing, but
It might be, but
it might be, but at least let's find out and give us the option.
it would be a new, it would be the long-term cost that we would be saving. No registration, no insurance, no, all that kind of stuff.
and I would probably just wait. Right, to get some sort of warranty.
Yeah.
on it.
Good. I mean, I don't know what they cost new versus used, but the only used place you'd find probably would be a rental place. You don't want to buy a used rental piece of equipment.
Okay, next up, the bathroom. I don't think we need a bathroom down there. That's just my opinion. We've pushed this off. We can continue to push it off, but I do not think we need a bathroom down there.
So what was the 80,000 the next year?
The building of it. The 15,000 is the construction plan.
Yeah, I agree. I haven't heard about the bathroom. You know, I think part of the reason why you're out there in the park is to walk around and stuff, so.
Look, let me just ask this, a compromise. Can you look into seeing what a porta john might cost to put down there? No, I'm talking about like, I mean, seriously,
North Carolina, we got a porta potty in the park.
there are a lot of parks that have in more remote locations, there are a lot less.
Not the most important.
I'm just saying for people who are handicapped and, you know, are not there to walk, they're older or they're in a wheelchair or what have you.
We
That
have a
kind of a-
nicely newly paved thing that somebody can push them up to go to the bathroom.
I'm
So
just,
very handicap accessible now.
For the sake of time, how many of you want us to do the construction of the back? No one? How many of you want us to look into a porta john?
just an idea.
Can I just ask though, some of this was grading and landscaping, would we still do that, or is that completely off?
So we're gonna remove that item altogether.
Okay, next up, emergency exit for Marvin Ether Park. I think this is a great idea. Let's get DOT to tell us if we can do it or not. And I think this is a good idea to have. And I agree, not paved gravel, but use the main entrance as the entrance and use that one as the exit.
I agree. Well, only for special events.
Only for special events, Marvin Day, Street.
But it also gives us an emergency if there's a wreck at one and they can still get first responders into the park.
Everybody's good with that?
We were at. Years ago, shut down.
Yeah, there was a legitimate legal reason. I remember.
I mean,
Yeah.
Become a problem, the event getting in, and get out, and we need to know that.
And a lot of our events you find are kind of dropping where people are in and out.
Maintenance, yes, I think that's fine. I don't know about the knuckle truck or whatever you're calling it, but we can do that later, but I think, yeah, trees, great.
Anyone else good on that? Council?
Parking expansion lower lot, let's push that off until we decide if we're gonna build a building somewhere.
Push it off to what year?
I'd
say 3 years.
I mean, if it's 26, 27, leave it right there for now. And hopefully by next year, this time, we're gonna know if we're putting a building in somewhere. And if not, we'll just push it again. Roundabout, 27, 28, I don't think that roundabout's gonna be done then.
That's what it's slated for.
Yeah, I know. Still don't think it's gonna be done then.
I'm gonna be optimistic.
We'll have those cost estimates for the two intersections, for the intersection. But not necessarily in this year's CIP, but for next year where we can start planning and what project you guys are prioritizing, see the money back, efficient cost.
All right, so Tyler, you've got recreation software on here.
Numbers based off one quote I received the other day, and that's the first, in fiscal year 25, 26, that's like a first year cost from startup and then the recurring cost.
So until we have actual programs, in my opinion, we don't need this until we have programs at one time. I mean, like field programs, not like targeting programs. You can handle all the signups, I think, right now. People call, you got that under control. I'd say you push the 12, 26, 27, and then just have 5 after that until we know if we're gonna get fields or not. Adding infrastructure to Marvin Eaton, open to any new amenities. What you wanna put in there, buddy?
Having obviously different stuff, like maybe knocking out the fire pit and building like sand volleyball courts, something just park stuff down there in unutilized space, kind of, or expansion of the disc golf course or something like that.
So I like this idea, but if we're gonna put a building in somewhere, I don't wanna limit that, so I push the 50,000 to 26, 27, leave the 150 and 28, 29, and then let's work on, we're gonna put a building in somewhere. If anybody doesn't like this, stop me, but I'm trying to get it.
No, I'm good with
moving.
that, and just one comment, was that fire pit made by Eagle Scout Project?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it was,
So just,
Do we vamp that area down there with something? Like, we need to come up with some visioning of that area to make it more, I don't know why we have a fire pit, because we're not gonna allow people to build fires in the park and nobody's staying overnight.
Used it for work event or something.
Sports event?
I mean, if
I've been here for 7 years and I haven't had a sports event yet.
you could do something with that, would be
Right.
right. Yeah, I mean, it's there, I'd use it.
Something to reinvigorate it and utilize the area. If it was built by somebody, we're not gonna tear it down, so let's figure out how to.
And I think the original intent was that, the scouts and stuff were going to be some of the people that were using, you know? Which I don't know that that's ever materialized,
But we
that
could
was the
contact the
intent.
local scout troops and see if they would be, if they're interested in doing that and working with us, because I know when my kids were in scouts, we talked about doing that. We talked about trading out some community hours for use of the park for an overnight camp out on the weekend. So,
It's tough to give up real estate though for something that was built with good intentions, but it's never
Never
being
been used
used.
Right.
for those good intentions.
So
We'll put the park amenities back in here and we're keeping the master plan.
Yeah, master plan for the park?
Well, greenways.
Oh, and for the greenways. Oh, yeah, keep that. Heritage Pocket Park amenities. Yeah, that's a
Probably
hundred,
right,
that's
fine.
100,000 and 27, 28. I think that's fine. Leave that there. All right, general government. Next up, Village Hall Park.
I'll just go ahead and take that over. That's for the project that we're working on now, the Village Hall Park, and then here. Not really much about your interactions, but
Obligated.
Can I talk on this actually? I do need to tell them something's missing from the document. The main page here for laser features, which you've already heard about, we're missing the next page, which is a digitization of records. It's on the cover sheet, but the actual sheet just didn't get printed for some reason. Well, that was a glitch. I'm kind of refer to the cover. I've got laser fees. You've got it laid out for 27 for the initial contract and set up for next year with just the annual subscription the years following. And then I have digitization for next year, but obviously set off if you need to.
just so you all know, I've already had a conversation with Austin. I personally am not recommending the digitization or the Justoya at all. I think it's a lot of money. I think there's a huge learning curve and there's a lot of administrative time that will go into training staff to go through this. I don't know 100% about the labor fee. Not really. But not
Sorry, but I tend to agree with that. Especially, I would be a lot more leaning towards the laser fees if we could laser feed all of our minutes, but we can't. So I just, for me, I just don't think these make sense at this moment.
I think that money would be better spent finding a good
Place
permanent place
building.
for record retention,
Yeah.
that we have to keep physical record.
Yeah, I do.
I do understand. I do want to encourage y'all that eventually someone will need to make sure all records are under control, because it will build up again, and the person who gets it will not be prepared.
So for purposes of, again, the laser vision, not 100% sure, you know, you go to that in for now, we can exactly revisit that. But for the digitization and just Justoya, you want to move those down and next year.
Yeah, revisit them next year.
The 100,000 in the whole Justoya, push it down a year.
Yeah.
But leave the 27,000 and leave it in.
I would move it down a year. I think until we figure out if we're gonna do a building or not, we can figure that out, but
I think just the regular laserfish is more than just that.
Yeah.
That, I think that he probably needs that more than anything.
And y'all wouldn't-
Correct on that?
Yeah, that would be,
Need that one.
that's the starting point.
Yeah. I think I would leave it in for this year and do a little bit more research on it, but let's really look at it, scrutinize it and see it, and we can trash it if we need to, but.
Well, it's all good. The 10,000 there is for the, design.
The design of what?
So-
I thought we had the design.
So, it's not the design, this is engineer drawing plans. We have the design. This is to move forward with formally engineered drawing plans that would be used for the fabrication and installation.
Construction documents.
Yes, essentially.
I'm okay with that for this year. If that's something that we really want to start pushing and we want to do the signs and we want to have them kind of readily available for any developers that are coming in, that we can say, you know, that these, you guys can do this, that we at least have those engineered construction documents.
So I would like to see the other figures move up some. I think there are ways to go get, to be a focus of mine. I'll take this on and work with Awesome. Think I can go to the state and I can find funding from that way. And I think it should be something pressed upon developers coming in and other developers to say, throw us some funding here. What for this? There are people that come in and out of Marvin that aren't. They should see who we are, even if they don't live there, they should see who we are.
Yep.
We've gotta have an image, we have no image now.
Especially in the
Been there,
heritage
We had
district.
some conversations about contact when we go to meet with our legislators and see if we can make something.
Yeah.
So I would.
$200, $200. Break it up a little bit. Don't make them so sticker shock. And then
And again.
And then once you have your construction documents, your engineered drawing plans, the costs are gonna come down.
We would go out for bidding.
Yeah.
And you gotta remember, these are at the highest point.
Right.
We can do a lot with a little, I think we can get some
Yep.
backing from all of this stuff too. but we
Got it.
won't. Thank you.
That number we talked about there. This is something you're down the road. We don't really have to talk about that much now. We can revisit it next year. But
I mean, I think this goes hand in hand with, public works space. So just leave it the way that it is now, and as we figure out what we're gonna do there, we can help each other. Good? Yeah. Right. Master plan from Heritage District.
you guys have heard that, you guys have heard that a couple of times. I think y'all are all on board with that. We do have $35,000 in this year's budget. Not sure of the timeline. We're gonna work out, we're gonna get all of that done. So
We're gonna change it to 50 for 25, 26.
Yeah. And then the next one is the annexation.
I mean, I think.
That's money well spent, because it will come back.
You want to note for this one, that you got 50,000 there, the quote we did receive before was from InFocus, theirs was actually 90. So we would have,
That was only one quote.
it was one quote, but just to throw it out there, it could be more than this.
You guys,
Is,
I mean, if we get them to annex, then it comes back. If nobody annexes, we told them the penalty.
No, but I mean, we've tried everything else, sort of getting an expert to get out there and do it. So I don't know what else we can do. We don't have carrots to name. We don't have water and sewer. That's the two main components that make people annex.
I think this number should be pushed back a year or two until we can get some momentum going here. Amenities that we gotta have, you're right, you're dead on. We've tried everything. We again have no carrot. We've gotta find the carrot because trash pickup is not the carrot.
Right.
So let's find the carrot and then we can come with this. And then I think even if that number is 90, I'm okay with it because we've got something, that, you know, there are people that don't want to come.
So who do we ask that's gonna give us that magic carrot?
I don't know.
What, that's what we
I don't
need.
even know that it's a magic carrot.
I think it's also just going to be a natural outcome. If we continue to do the right things over the next couple of years, right? Part of it's still an education thing. People don't even know whether they're in Marvin or not.
Well, we have, right now, you have to look at it, you have to look at it from, there's, right now, there's, representation without taxation for the chimneys, for projects down south, you got everything everywhere. So they're gonna always be reluctant. We have to do our due diligence in finding, again, I think it will be natural. I think you'll have more and more people come in when we provide a leverage point. It's about leverage. And if you go, you know what, if you want to be a part of the sports field, you want your kid to be there, it's $2,000 if you want the kid to play in there. And if you're a village, if you live in the village of Marvin, it's 500. And then you go, you know what, let's start thinking about this. It's all about leverage, and we have no leverage right now, so why are we spending money on something we don't have any leverage to give a company to go expose in?
Yeah,
I would just say push it back a year, maybe two.
well, that makes sense. I just wish I knew what that magic thing was that was gonna be that leverage.
When we have it,
And
it's, when we
especially
have
with
it,
tax increases,
It's roads, water,
it's a revaluation.
Well, the roads, we are making a huge stride towards that. Roads are big.
absolutely.
So, when people see 2-3 years down the road, their roads are falling apart and ours are great.
27, push it out 1 year.
1 year?
Push it out 1 year.
Okay.
Okay, next up, we got Painted Turtle. Oh, Painted Turtle. Intersection of Marvin Newtown, Marvin School. I don't know where this is. Oh, it's Connector Trail. Okay, never mind. We'll go with that.
So this is, I'll let Tyler go over this, but PRG did have input into these recommendations. So
I know, but this is, we don't even talk about this one.
we put it in here just so y'all know that it was.
Okay, great, it's coming. All right, Saddle to Newtown. Oh, this is already budgeted. Okay, keep going. Waxaw Marvin Newtown intersection.
This is along the White Mountain Pond Trail. Have it, put it in for this upcoming year.
I don't know where this is.
So this would be from the roundabout at Waxaw Marvin, Newtown, and basically down to Broadmoor. Since there's already a portion completed for Broadmoor portion, we're recommending potentially looking at it, because we're gonna have to do some engineering and stuff, and have to do decent work with Marvin Loop. Potentially do, some initial preliminary engineering, to get the routing and stuff figured out. That's what's, being recommended.
We got P and Booth and Winmore for that.
Yeah,
Section.
like $17,000.
That'll do it.
But there's, I mean, there's some, and that's what it was for.
But I also think too, when you consider Broadmoor, being able to be connected via walking, they are, you know, it is something that's connecting back to the Heritage District.
Do we think that this
Yes.
number is right?
So the numbers that we used for this, I think we took basically what, we didn't,
Scott's normal.
well, we didn't know, we didn't Scott, we took the Marvin Loop engineering costs and stuff, basically how much linear footage and stuff of that. Because it's gonna be a similar project, it's gonna be either within right of ways or even already, acquired through, you know, along the roadside on Waxaw.
So just for the record, for this project and the next two projects, there's no money budgeted for these anywhere. It's not in the Powell tracker sheet, for the use of Powell dollars. It's not there, it's not available in our Greenways capital project. That money's really tied up with our existing couple of
Okay,
projects.
so
Hold on.
I think it's a project worth doing. I don't know that we have to do it yet.
I think it's a project worth doing, but we also need to remember that hopefully we will have a development in the Heritage District that starts the roundabout and goes all the way down Spencer's property.
right,
So
so
what the intent is here is that you go ahead and get the preliminary engineering job done, but then construction costs will end up going down because of that, but then instead of having it kind of peak, that makes sense, right?
I think we should really focus from Mr. Zimmer's property to Broadmoor and not worry about corner, because Mr. Pritchard's gonna develop that, and it's gonna be part of it.
Okay, hold on, let's put a pin in this one. What's the next one? 6 Mile Creek, Joe Car?
This is the State and Marvin Branch. Going from 16 lot community.
Yeah.
They dedicated an easement on the flats, that they were very far. between, and it basically runs in between the road of the estates and Marvin Branch and their common open space, and then it wraps around the backside and goes to, there's a tie-in back into the cul-de-sac on top of the tie-in to, or it goes to the property line.
Why didn't they do that?
That I don't know, like I don't know if there's a fee, I'm not 100% sure because the estate was slightly before me when a lot of that was getting approved. So with that being said, I've had at least 2 or 3 residents in the estates ask about the trail when it's going to be constructed. Since right now would not be a continuous loop, what we have done is going home and additional easement. So here's the existing easement, here's your mark. It's a small print. All right, so here's Joe Carr. The yellow is the existing easement. That goes to the back there. Here's Marvin Branch, here's 6 Mile. What we have done is basically gotten an easement station, so we could create a continuous loop for at least the residents of the estates of Marvin Branch. But that portion for the master plan is a segment of the Marvin Branch. So it would kind of be building out a portion, but it would at least have benefit for.
Where does it go in the back?
At the back, it goes to the property line of Marvin Creek. On top of there is a easement from Stage to potentially connect this.
What about the other way to Marvin Creek? Because I know
We do not have an easement on Marvin Creek's property.
because I know that people have been asking about their kids being able to get from the estate to Marvin Creek.
Yes, it was conveyed to those property owners as well as Jones Homes eventually paid for those same property owners as well. Because we have those conversations with the residents of Marvin Creek that we're friends with, I guess, but potentially to be able to get that easement. But we have not requested it. We have not had any conversation or people to ask for an easement from Marvin Creek.
So then the next one is,
It's just engineering cost for Marvin,
The final segment.
the last half.
the last half of what?
Saddle with Joe Curtin.
Yeah,
No, that's the next one, isn't it? Wheatfield and Saddle.
Yeah, that's
So what's the one before? it?
engineering cost.
Oh, the engineering cost for it.
For what?
And what's the 147 under planning and design?
That's where I feel we need to be very careful about everything we do in CDOT right of ways. The costs are so much exponentially higher. So even when you talk about the roundabout to Broadmoor, you know, in the development of those properties in between, you know, they can do something far less expensive off the DOT right of way. And that's why I worry about us putting the cart in front of the horse, especially on these main roads. We want the people to be more off the main roads. We want, you know, we want the developers to have the ability to build that design into their access. Because what we do in the DOT right away is probably gonna cost 10 times as much.
The concern, well, not necessarily concern, the issue is that when you look at how Waxaw Marvin is, when you first go down, you got PDS, it's not in Marvin. The right side is if you're going down towards South Carolina. So we have an easement, if I recall, on Windmore's common open space or view shed. The issue is if you're gonna come here, you cross, and that's kind of, so the intent would be, yes, keep it on the right side. And then it would be where there's about, I believe, from the Fincher property to Broadmoor, 5 parcels, but I think if 3 of those, 2 or 3 of those are owned by the same owner. So, but that's where we would have to look at working on getting an easement to get out of the right of way.
I'm trying to think of what's the most pressing out of these, because these are all big tickets. Then you've got the artery connector, so.
Part of it, I would say, is finishing the loop, even the sections that we know are gonna have to be in DOT right away. Because that's a project that's been ongoing for 10 years.
Which one?
Finishing the loop.
I think the loop is our, I think the loop is more of a priority than the Waxaw Marvin Newtown.
So here's the hard reality is starting on S2A, D4A, and engineering, which are all costs that they've got listed for next year. None of those we can afford without a tax increase or without an additional appropriation from fund balance or PAL bill, which means we have to take away from another project.
Right, but that's what I'm asking. What's our first priority?
So if it
Is
is.
it finishing the loop? Is it doing the trail in the neighborhood that apparently we're on the hook for, which I don't understand? Like that was just approved not that long ago, and I thought we were always making the developer do that.
I have to go back to the record if they paid it in. Like I said, I don't.
In few states, I know they did, they're gonna do a little front section, but I thought they had, I know you weren't there, I know, I just.
All at the time when I came in, they were already getting their construction plan, so that being loop portion would have been discussed prior, and it never came up again to me.
So, okay, so again, what is our top priority? Because we can't, all of these can't be done.
Finish the loop is the highest priority.
But I'm not even saying next year.
No, I know,
But
well,
to
no.
finish it that's our next goal, is finish this
Finishing
loop.
the loop.
Because as you said, it's actually been probably closer to 15 years.
I mean, I've been here, I've been in Marvin for 15 years and the loop has been the loop
Yeah.
the same way for that long.
It's probably been more closer to 7
So,
or 8.
so whatever year it makes sense for us to build the monies towards that, you know, it's that many years out, but, you know, we know since the go bonds went down, you know, there's a lot of these projects that either aren't gonna get done or are gonna get done years later. I wanna at least finish the ones we've been committed to
I agree.
for a long time.
Well, but I mean, we're also committed to the neighborhood,
Correct.
so.
That in my opinion is what, like we've kind of said in the past with these loading and routes, because it is.
Because we have the easement.
Have an easement, we've got now the connection, you know, there would probably have to be some, you know, some environmental stuff that we just have to, you know, due diligence on it, but for the most part, there's nothing else there. We're not crossing anything.
Can we stay out of that too? Like, I'm sure the easement is wide enough to stay
The
out of
ease-
trouble
well,
areas.
It's it's probably roughly 100 feet, if not more, from the creek, but it's still within an area that could be, like I said, have some.
Okay,
So we would just want to do the due diligence, check it.
Yep.
So
Make
we
sure
did,
that the routing is not gonna.
call your memory, we did do a grant for all our.
Great Trail State Program.
For finishing that loop. I don't know the specifics, we don't have an answer back, we'll hope to have an answer in the next couple of months, but we could potentially be awarded some level of funding for that engineering.
Right, well,
So,
When would we know?
yeah, but I mean, we've got to plan it anyway, and if we have the money, we have the money. So I think we need to push S2A back a year, just take everything back 1 year. And that'll probably end up being more than just 1 year. D4A. That's one, Hunter, I want you to look into see if they've given us anything, or if they're supposed to give us anything. Engineering, which one, this is for the finishing the loop?
Yes.
Being purchased through CRTPO, what does that mean? Based off of engineering costs for the Marvin Loop segment being purchased through CRTPO.
That was, okay, so like I said, the estimate for that engineering was done based off the engineering cost that for the current project that we are on.
So if finishing the loop is your priority, then you need to keep that engineering.
Yeah, but I just didn't know what that meant. So Wheatfield to Saddle. So is the engineering cost on top of the 25-26 cost?
Yeah, I'm confused by that.
Yeah, I don't know why there's 120 in there twice back to back. It should be one.
Well, no, it looks like it's 240. The engineering. So the engineering just needs to be done at one time. So is that 240?
All in 25 to
It
6.
should be 25 to 26. And then obviously, we're not gonna be able to build anything in 25, 26. Because that takes freaking ever, so just move everything down on S1B in here. And then we'll hopefully have better cost estimates at that point. And I mean, I'm sure we can probably, well,
Can I just ask though, what is the 147 under planning and design if we have 240 for engineering
yeah, I don't know.
already? Isn't that planning? So can we take that 147 out?
But is it in addition to?
Other TPO contracts.
So it should be only the 980.
No, it should be no, that's on top of it too.
We can revisit that, it's not.
So- Okay, perfect. And then, with that being said, I feel, I mean, I get John's point with the being in the DOT right away, but I feel like we could get do we have an easement from Marvin Creek from Wheatfield down to Elysian Field? Okay, well, I feel like we probably get one and not have to be, DOT for that, right? Have it on Marvin Creek too. Okay.
Tonight, we are running short on time. We're about to hit 2 o'clock in about 5 minutes, and then we have an hour parking lot.
So, okay, so let's look at the cost of these, but I think this is our top priority here is getting the loop finished. So we're gonna need to find $120,000 for next year. Push down the capital costs, or actually, I'm sorry, $240,000 for next year. And then push all of the construction costs down a year, and let's figure out what that's gonna cost. I think your expansion for the town of Ardrey is fine in 27, 28. The Stone Crush path from Tom Shore Road to Marvin School Road
Through Canterfield,
through Airfield.
like connect to like the sports fields area.
Okay, I think we can leave 26, 27. Oh, I'm not, that's not at the top of my list. Cowbell Road Construction.
Where's Davey? Maybe we're on you. Right?
Maybe it's gonna let me keep talking.
We're switching to Powell Bell.
Now, Father, yeah, to joint application, what is the project? Oh, it's the roundabout, never mind, we're doing the roundabout, moving on. Pedestrian refuges.
And the one at Innisbrook and Woodcliff is included in the CRTPO.
Okay, I don't think we need to do another one yet until maybe some neighborhoods wanna help us. So let's move that on down. 26, 27, 27, 28. Okay, pavement preservation, this is already on here, right? That's already in there, the 150 for next year?
Yep.
Okay, there, for that.
For, I might have it in the wrong spot in my, tracker, but I have it for the NC dot roads that we're gonna take on.
150 every year, so.
I know. Should I switch it though? Is it the existing roads or is it new NCDOT roads?
It's existing this year, no, it's DOT this year, existing next year.
So it's fine.
Okay,
The
I'll
numbers the
fix it.
same.
Yeah, I know. I just want to fix it so that it's accurate.
Real quick, sorry, I had a question back there when y'all were talking about the end of the trails. Did we talk about a revenue source on what we can't?
All right.
So do you wanna talk about that now since we're down to the parking lot? Do you wanna figure out where we're gonna find the 240?
Cause she'd like to know where the hell we're gonna find the two forty. Get your wallet out, Joe, raise the
You don't
check.
come down as much on the,
All right, let's talk about money that we have for trails. Christina, I'll give you a copy. You have it. Right now, you have a capital account for trails that has $133,000 in it.
earmark for,
Or all of it is earmarked so far for the preserved Marvin Creek connector and part of it for Tullamore.
tell me more about,
Okay. Right now, I only have 35,000 earmarked for Tullamore, but we know it's gonna cost more. What I need to know is how much more, because that will enable me to tell you what
I wouldn't even venture to say that we are gonna have extra money left over based on some conversations that we're having. I think we're gonna be well above what we have that we can spend, so. I think the cost of the construction for Tullamore Phase 4 is gonna be more than what she's gonna be able to offer.
Well, right now I have $173,000 that's not spoken for. But if Tullamore is gonna gobble it all up, then I have nothing for you. But if Tullamore is not gonna gobble up another 173,000, then I might. Well, I need it.
That y'all want to do, so that's gonna be.
Okay, then I have nothing, because I was also told that I need 104,000 to finish the construction of the culvert for the connector. I don't have that earmarked yet either.
I don't feel comfortable
I have
giving you
nothing
any
left
of
for
what
you.
she's got.
Yeah, I'm actually probably a little bit short. Not out of these funds. I have unassigned fund balance, but not out of these two funds, no.
so do we want? And then
I think we need to pull anything out of fund balance today. We need to talk about it for the budgeting of next year's operational.
How we address it.
If we don't, I mean, if y'all wanna address it with the rebound, then we don't.
We don't need to pull out of unassigned
Yeah.
fund.
Because we don't really know everything that all kind of.
Yeah, and we likely wouldn't do the whole two in 1 year. We'd probably try to spread it out a little bit, to spread the.
I think it's the engineering cost though, which I think we're gonna have to pay for, right?
Yeah, but we could probably spread that in 2 fiscal years. We would just start later in the year. Okay, well then we'll consider that in our budgetary discussion. Does anybody else have any comments about it?
Agree, no?
It's an hour.
Damn.
Okay.
We're in the parking lot now, Wayne.
So,
Or
Our house. In conversation, you know, we're talking about that again with public works conversation.
There a way of potentially, I just threw this out, as sort of a joke, is when we consider that the park and the amphitheater is somehow incorporated behind the amphitheater, for record storage.
Like down the road from the amphitheater.
and then we're past the design phase of the existing.
Right, we
I
don't
like
design buildings, right?
having that at the park because you can tuck it away.
Phase 1 does include construction.
But you also need climate control in there. Like, it would have to be heated and cooled.
It would be better to have record storage near Village Hall for accessibility and then have public works.
But
Yeah, but-
we haven't designed the structure yet. We're only in phase 1, so we could.
We talked yesterday about doing. That would include looking at our space at the park for disc golf, public works expansion, and then that would in turn free up opportunities that Village Hall could add in. So we may not need it if we do something at the park based on that assessment. Put that in your, you guys are. What?
Or record storage.
We addressed it.
By doing, in the next next year.
Free up 2 offices
Oh,
in
yeah.
Village Hall, so we could utilize it for other.
I'm also gonna cross off facility, public works facility space. I think we're gonna look at that. I think we want to talk about that.
I think until we hear from Waxaw and what they might or might not be interested in, I don't think we can have a conversation about it. We don't have the facility for it. We've worked on trying to partner with the middles or the elementary school. We can't figure out a good way to do it. We've had a community working group. They couldn't figure it out. So I think until we've had a conversation with Waxaw, and if that's even a possibility, then there's nothing to talk about.
My recommendation with that is to get with the mayor. And at this point, you have to have a steering committee. Because just having, well, I've had a conversation with the mayor, you've had it, Andy's had it, Joe's had it. So we need to get with Waxaw and say, okay, who are your 2 people? Put our 2 people together and let's meet just like at a WUMA thing, but it's just a regular, there needs to be a steering. Yes, but I think our guy that we met with, he needs to be a part of that steering committee. So let's create I think step
Mike,
1 is to
talk about-
create a steering.
Is that the same guy that came to one of the Go Bonds meetings
Yeah.
as well?
Yeah.
We've done that.
Yeah.
If you guys have recalled, we've done that. And we
It's
went
not
down
the
that
steering
road.
committee. They,
And what they wanted to do was, they wanted you all to put some money into exactly what we just mentioned, and whatever reason, we didn't wanna do that. So I think at this point, we can reopen that conversation if we're willing to put some money into some kind of.
What I do want to do immediately though, is still identify other parcels of land within or outside of Marvin, near adjacent.
Those, like that one piece, that one parcel that's like the wooded parcel on Waxaw Marvin Road, maybe?
Parcel on Waxaw Marvin, down near the storage place off of Newtown, between there and the firehouse, which is right near where the park is.
So that could be a joint
But there are areas that are
right?
within Marvin's sphere of influence that we've got worked out with annexation agreements with Weddington.
So that-
Where
that-
near the school.
That's what you just mentioned is part of what I have in the consultant that we'll hire for the work. So I'm just gonna ask Jill to add the CIP, and we'll get with Tyler, so we can make this, for year 26, 27, a consultant, let's just say $50,000 for next year. That'll take care of that.
26 to 27, 50,000, and it's,
25, 26,
okay, and it's for athletic fields?
yeah. Athletic.
Well, and what I'd like to do is I'll even do it myself, working with Hunter or somebody, but identify some of those parcels. And at least have initial conversations with landowners saying, hey, if you ever think of doing something with this property, we might have an interest.
You've been successful before, we put you on it.
Christina, do I also need to add the assessment of facilities
Yeah.
for 25 to 6 that you?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it's gonna cost any.
I don't know how much that would be if we need something that says, you probably need an engineer or landscape architect put in.
can't we look at can't we have our engineer that we already pay a fee to look at that? Start there, start with something we've already paid for.
It'll still, that's typically not something that we budget into our operation, like expenses, usually it's traditional thing, we've been pretty strict about that, but we can see what we can afford.
CUP facility rentals, did you ever figure that out?
We probably have to change it.
Technically, for the movement. Here's one now.
let's clean that up then. Okay. Okay, so we can do the pole banners, we can do them on Village Hall poles, we can do them on park poles. We can also look at, we're gonna check with, David's gonna check with Union Power to see if we can put them on the power poles, which Hunter looked at the town of Hildebrand, and they have definitely used like power poles, and they look good. So you can literally look at it doesn't have to just be in the roundabouts. It can, right in front of Bennisbrook has 2 light posts. You can put them on there. You can put them at the end of Joe Carr. So I think we need to look at those options, see if Union Power has any issues with them. And then if not, let's find some money in the wayfind.
Would they just say Marvin, or are you talking about seasonal holiday one?
Enriched by nature.
Marvin Day.
Marvin Day.
We had other ones for like, in like stock communities, we have various different.
Holiday,
Yeah.
I should say holiday one.
So we can talk about that later. We need to put money, we need to put money.
We need to put money.
That's what I mean. Am I putting that in the CIP?
Yes, please. I think there's wayfinding CIP, probably just add it to that.
I just need, like, are we talking about putting for the printing of those banners or
Yeah.
just for the design work?
Printing and
It
hardware.
would be hardware.
The design work's already done.
Design's done.
We just did printing and hardware.
We could create our own designs, we need new ones.
Okay, so I like that idea, but then I also don't like that idea, because then I feel like we're endorsing a business.
Well, I mean, it's a business that's more in the commercial level, but we typically do. It's not many other. I mean,
I'll just say this, I mean, I don't think it adds value to what we do as a village, I think it adds value to what the
They
vendor does,
do,
which is great. And we already do that if they need recognition letters, for if they're writing an RFQ for another organization, they will call us and say, hey, do you mind sending us an endorsement letter? And we'll say, sure, and we do it. So I feel like we're doing it,
I think that's fine.
if that answers.
I think giving a shout out in a meeting is good, and I think that's enough.
And giving them more business.
Giving them more business, yeah. You guys good with that?
I wrote it down. For planning or for agenda?
Minor amount of money. Minor amount. Analysis, maybe landscape architect. Plug in.
Like 5,000.
Yeah. sidewalk.
That, in that same communication with the HOAs, if you are doing work in your yard and your contractor messes up the sidewalk, then they are responsible for fixing it. If not, you are. I'm not gonna sit here and fix the sidewalk when people are running dump trucks over it.
So going on to my next point, was
I'm gonna make a note that he's gonna need a higher training budget for public works.
and then to assess dog licensing and requirements for, maintenance.
Look into that, get some answers from that.
Yes, custom right of way, repair policy, ordinance. That's one of our most questions, road trackers, I go along with more finance and here we have one and before container. Year one, anything I'm missing in year one, based on.
I have a question. Would it be reasonable to ask them to throw in the second bulk collection for us as part of the renegotiation for giving them 4.5 CPI?
Well, that's a great idea.
Any other things that we missed here, everything David just. I didn't add. And we also want to make sure we add. Freeway and trail. I want to decide if we need to the pension loop. So we don't have. Any questions or comments on year one? All right, moving into year three. Again, recapping yesterday, grant writing staff, contract opportunities, and other. Like a downtown Main Street program, year three, and one of those. Research staff. Stormwater management study and master plan, begin year three. That would include a B analysis and an implementation plan. We also discussed wayfinding for a certain phase. And I think we've pretty much moved that to year one. This is, I think, in phase two. And then moving up. That finance policies for update. For that time period as well, and to work effective cases. Federation budget for wage. And then this is on the way planning. At some point, this year, we're gonna do. This. That being said, anything else? Last question. Drill. What might say?
Yeah.
Do you see anything else in terms of long-term visiting for those two departments that we have not identified already in any of these years?
I would say based on the feedback that I got, from council in line, that maybe on the 3-year, maybe by then I will have found a software solution for like year 1, researching it, but maybe be up and running by year 3 for finance.
So in 10 years, Jill will have a finance.
No, I'm adding to 3. I'm adding it
In 10 years, she'll have a deputy.
to 10 years, I will be 8 years closer to retirement.
So I'll just add your finance software.
We talked about taking over the sidewalks. And then there's been some things said about what we would like to see, not to be broke up or we need to right, have that in writing so we can give to the public, our residents.
What do you mean?
When then we take over sidewalks, they have construction in the backyard,
Yeah, we addressed that here one, I think it's that one.
We're back to my. Yesterday you talked about annexation, trail connection, wayfinding, which I don't know, 10 years from now, we'll have all the wayfinding phases completed. And then we talked about more road acquisition. We didn't really specify a goal. We want 100% of the village roads in our system, or if you still want to shoot for 75%, I don't know what your goal is, but I think in 10 years, you want 100% of the roads that are in.
If we don't, then.
Are we talking about like Waxhaw, Marvin?
No, neighborhood.
Neighborhood.
Put neighborhood. Or there you go, subdivision.
I would hope we'd have 100% by year 5,
Yeah.
not by 10. I mean, that is a,
And financially, we're on track for, every other year when we take one. The last we checked, and don't quote me on these numbers, but we were around 17, 18 miles that we currently had, and then we had another 17 miles that were in Village of Marvin, but that also includes connector roads. So taking those connector roads out
For significantly longer.
yeah, those are a lot more
it'll
miles,
probably be a lot
I
less.
bet we only have like 10 miles of neighborhood.
if that. And if we're taking on Valhalla and, yeah, that's half of it right there. So we're well on track. I'm hoping by year 3, actually, that we have the rest of the road.
Because we alternate.
Okay.
We're gonna alternate,
Uh-huh.
VOM roads, DOT, or DOT roads, VOM, DOT, VOM. Why don't we say year 5, 70? There we go. Yeah. Subdivision roads. Now, listen, I'm still not against looking at taking over the Marvin, Newtown, Joe Carr. Like, I'm still not against that, but, because I think you're gonna have, with what they're doing in South Carolina on Newtown Road, that scares the Jesus out of me with them. It looks like they're expanding it.
They did their work.
But is that not integral to our heritage district to take over Newtown? I mean, that is,
No, it is, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It scares me that they're expanding and DOT coming right through the middle of town.
And have we already said, I forget, maybe this was when I first came on the board, that there's no appetite for DOT to allow us to take over from roundabout
No,
to
they
roundabout?
want us to get to the
It's all
state
or nothing.
line. They want us to get to the state line and they, I
State
think,
line of Providence or
no, state line to the
Marvin
furthest
Street.
roundabout, the roundabout at Village Hall.
So while we're talking about this, one of the things
That's
that.
not necessarily a bad thing if we can control
I
Yeah.
agree.
And
Oh,
that's-
I mean,
well-
Joe's been saying it since I've been on council. That is,
time is of the essence with that, because the longer you let traffic on, trucks on it, the faster it degrades. If we don't get the trucks off of it, it's gonna continue to degrade, and it's gonna be a lot more expensive to repair.
I just don't know, because we've been talking to DOT about it. They're like, we have to take to the state line. And then they're like, but you need to take Waxhaw Marvin. You need to take Marvin. So I don't know what the smallest, if they would just let us take Newtown from the state line to the Village Hall roundabout. I mean, I would probably just do that tomorrow.
Yeah,
But I don't know if that's
they would let us take. And I mean, Christine, I guess you could go back and find out. So I have this actually on your next agenda for the work session. We can take it off, but we can go ahead and talk about this. Stacy Howie, y'all had mentioned potentially taking that over. I have gone back to the DOT several times and talked to them. They are interested. If you guys are interested in doing it. It's my understanding that portion was just recently prepaid, 100% of it is in Village Marvin limits. Remember correctly. But that's on the table. You don't have to make any decisions or even discuss it today. It will be on your agenda and manager's report for the next work session. But just know that that's. Let's find out about Newtown, because that, with them expanding it in South Carolina, that makes me like, I was thinking about that the other day, because if we can stop that expansion. So where do you want me to ask them, from Newtown to where? From the Newtown state line to the roundabout at Village Hall. And all of that should, both sides should be in. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
We're gonna have to get PDS to sign off on something.
We need, roundabout next to the Village Hall. I think we don't need to just start there. We need to start maybe 1,000 feet back before that to keep people from coming in there. And so we have that too, because if you just go there,
Didn't DOT say that we needed to be 1,000 feet on the other side of it, on Newtown?
Which means we're gonna have to get.
And-
And the gate.
And the gates, they have to sign that thing. Yeah.
Well, let's get the.
I don't think that would be an
first.
issue.
Let's get the answer first, because I'm one of, I love to negotiate, but I love to negotiate with leverage. And there are ways that we can negotiate with them and bring them to the table with leverage. I will keep that offline. But I do think we need to have that discussion sooner than later, because South Carolina's not slowing down.
No.
And they are under the assumption and under the belief that if they build it, we will come, and we're not.
So anything else on year 10 that we need to, make sure you get Newtown on year 1.
go with retirement, your team.
All right, is there anything else that anybody wants to talk about?
Well, we haven't really put anything here. Y'all see services continuing by contract based, or do you see some level of in-house patch and seals,
I'd like to
solid
see us
waste
do more,
collection?
but it's all 100% dependent on cost. If we can do it, if we can contract it at a more reasonable rate than we can do it in-house, then we need to contract it. But if we can do it cheaper in-house, then we need to do that. So we need to do some homework.
Yeah, there's gonna be a point.
Yeah.
Where that changes,
That's a
but
tipping
it
point.
seems far off still.
But I do feel like that they can do some cold
But that's
fill
what
patch and.
Christina wants to know, 10 years. So in 10 years, are we doing our own trash? In 10 years, are we, I mean, obviously
Doing our own fog seal or
doing
whatever.
our, yeah, doing our own fog seal, doing our own patch and whatever, doing all of our tree stuff. Yeah.
I'd like to say yes in 10 years, but again, and of course, the thing is the evolution of it, you know, if we have enough staff, but it's all contingent upon how much money it's gonna cost, because it's very clear to me that the residents of the village of Marvin want a lot of services, but they don't want to come off the hip for those services. So it's going to be a touch and go about how much people want to spend, how badly they want the services, that they're willing to spend the money for it. I don't see us, myself, I don't see us being waxed. Not population wise, but their high tax rate and all the services they provide, because I don't think that we need to be at that level. I do see us needing to be at a little bit more of a comprehensive level in street maintenance, because we own streets. And if we can do some services in-house that makes sense, that we can control, then, because myself, and I've said this for a while now, at some point, I'd like to see us have our own PD, but that could be possibly, yeah, because and here, and this is the biggest reason why I see this, is because we don't, while Union County is great at law enforcement, okay, and I love our deputies, but we have no say-so in how they police our village. So unless we have our own police department, we can't say, hey, go, we're having a lot of complaints about speeding in this area, go work that for a while. Get that under control. Or we're having some break-ins in this neighborhood, sit on them for a while, or whatever. We can direct that. We can't do that with Union County. They do their own thing, and that's the best we can do right now. But I do see, as we build our commercial districts, and it's not necessarily just the Heritage District, but any commercial entity that pops up along those major thoroughfare corridors that might want to annex in the future and such, we're going to need to be able to beef up law enforcement in those areas.
Couple of points I wanted to make real quick. So we talk about contract versus doing it in-house. I think anybody could reasonably say that you should be able to do things cheaper than what you can contract things out for. I think it's all based on what it is. If you talk about law enforcement, then no, we can't. If you talk about public works and doing solid waste collection, it's a very good possibility we could do it cheaper. But when we were doing our analysis, we have to acquire land to store these trucks and to store all this.
And we have to get trucks. I mean, there's gonna be a very large front payment of an investment.
Yes.
So maybe in the long run, so maybe after like 5 years, it becomes cheaper.
But you can do a capital financing for that stuff.
The way we structured, because we've sat down and we've researched this, we've projected out, we did do a 20-year amortization on the equipment. The biggest expense that we had that was bringing the cost up was land acquisition. And I think we had estimated $2 million just based on what land is going for in Marvin. If we use the park for some of that, then we could take away that cost, but then that takes away from what opportunities we offer to the public.
Yeah,
So-
I don't wanna start storing trash trucks in the park.
That's not the place for that, but we do need to look at opportunities that pop up for land that, there's bound to be opportunities. We keep
I hate that
looking.
one parcel on the corner.
I think we should still revisit that, because
I
I
do
feel
too.
like that in this.
I know, but what, we keep like a,
But
I didn't think you could put anything on there.
no, we can
couldn't do
condemn it,
anything
and
that
then
needed
we
a
can
ban.
do what we want to, because we're a municipality.
I know, but I didn't think you could get water or sewer.
We can. It's across the road. It's gonna cost, but we can get it. We can, well,
Yeah,
we
you're
can.
right, you're right.
Water is there if we put it back, because if we take it over, we can put it back to one parcel. There is water at Waxhaw Marvin end of it. But the way it is now is split into 3, so then you'd have to run water line down. There is access to sewer across the road in the chimneys, but there is a power box in the middle of the easement that is there for the sewer, which would have to be moved. And then we would have to build the sewer line across the road. Don't get me started on how things get done in construction,
So I
but
put land acquisition, public works, whatever that means, storage, facility, whatever, I put it in year 3, but if you guys wanna revisit that parcel, then we can do
What was the
so.
last conversation we had with him?
They made a counter, we discussed the due diligence portion, and you guys didn't like the counter.
yeah, he really wanted way too much money for it, because he can't do anything with it. I mean, he really can't do anything with it.
Right, so go back to them now and you really can't, so I'd rather have a little bit
So
than
we
nothing.
about that now, because everything
No,
else
that-
was in closed session.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, that's probably something we can talk about in closed session.
Yeah, do y'all wanna add a closed session to another?
Yeah,
meeting?
I mean,
Yeah, put it on the work session.
because I really do want to revisit that, and I have some ideas on revisiting it, and it could
Christina.
possibly be a win-win for everybody.
I'm gonna wait till Monday to publish agendas. We're gonna have to make a few changes.
All right, anything else for you, Tim?
I'm just gonna throw this out there as well, I think we have a great jump start to this, because if you look at the video that they produced for the Village of Marvin, it's pretty cool. If you look at states are trying to encourage people to come visit, right? Not that we want this to be a destination to visit, but what's a little bit of a spin on that is, do you see the need for possibly like a task force of individuals who go out and figure out what we want to see in the village of Marvin. What places that people could utilize and stuff and court, whether it's, I overheard something like a brewery that you could label Village of Marvin, you know, where it's brewed out of Village of Marvin, a brewery that's there or something like that, that there could be people out there that are wanting to do something
It's
cool.
like economic development, but I don't
Sort
know
of.
that is village's responsibility to, I don't know that.
But it
it's
kind of
not,
helps, it
but-
helps lead and bring in what we would like to see in our community and what is that?
Well, you might want to brewery, but I would.
I'm not saying brewery, I said it because I overheard someone saying something about bringing it, but what is it that we would like to see when these stores, you start to fill up, whether it's, where the Publix is or whatever Fincher decides to put there, what do you
Part of
want
that's
to?
a Main Street program.
Kim wants a
I'm
shoe
sorry?
store, women's shoe store.
Yeah. There's actually groups, it's not just for Main Street programs, there's actually groups that go out there and recruit retail groups
That's,
that's identified to fill in kind of these infill gaps. And one of the things that you guys have and one of your goals is infill development, infill stuff. So I think it's year 5.
Okay.
We can talk about that maybe in year 3, because if y'all want to hire a consultant to identify certain things, you would have a task force, like you mentioned, saying, hey, we want, and I'm just making stuff up, we want more ice cream shops, or we want more, hair cutting places. I don't know what it is. And then that person would go out and recruit those types of businesses to try to get them to fill in some of the vacant spaces that we have, whether that be the Heritage District or Publix or any other development that may come in between now and then.
I think that's really the job of the developers.
I do too.
You know, I mean, if Marvin is what it is already, largely to an extent, it's a residential community, right? What we're looking to provide is some local opportunities for people to go get their professional services, doctors, dentists, you know, shopping, you know, neighborhood shopping, things like that. We're not looking to draw people from Mecklenburg and Waxhaw to come to Marvin, right?
oh,
We're
I'm not
trying to
saying
provide
that,
things
this is like
that
what it is.
enhance the residents of Marvin.
Well,
You
I
know?
mean, I think it kind of depends on how you look at it. I mean, if you've got new developments that are coming into play, I think, yeah, you look at it. Developer's job is to do that, but if you're an established municipality and you've got a lot of vacancies, whether it's your downtown or, you know, commercial corridors, and you just can't get tenants to fill it in, that's where you as a municipality say, how can I help bring in more tax?
I think recently where I was, and it's a neighbor of yours, I believe, that has like a little general store that she makes little things, but she's out in the middle of nowhere, gets no traffic, and I'm out there for other reasons and happened to come upon it. Talk to her, and I'm like, oh my God, you're a resident of Marvin, why aren't you in the heart of Marvin where 15,000 cars go by every day? And be a lot closer for her, that concept of putting a general store and recruiting someone like that to say, hey, and put them in touch with the Finchers or whoever the developers are that are doing that. You know, I mean, there's nothing to say we can't do that or just help that along if that's what we want to see.
I put it in year 3, to kind of coincide with that infill development, and then by year 3, we will have some of these parcels developed out, and we may not need it, or we may need it.
Can we just like,
No, but mine's a different topic, so keep going.
year 5, because one of the things that we touch on, but don't really get deeper into it, we talk about, we should look at not having the police department, but enhancing what we already have. I don't think we should think in year 1, year 3, and year 5 that we keep the same level of
Additional law enforcement. by year 5.
additional law, because you know, when John made the statement, we are who we are, yeah, but I think the biggest thing that we want to send to all of our residents and future residents is that we are an extremely safe community that takes care of our residents. And so I would not want to.
I'd stick it on year 3 too, because we added a deputy, 3 years ago?
2020,
Oh, God.
So let me
5
ask the
years ago?
question.
in 5 years.
Well,
Like, we just had people turn over.
let me ask this question, okay? Since we're talking about adding a deputy, okay? Now we added, and this is a little bit of a way of control, but since we added some off-duty and we're seeing a lot more traffic stops and we're being more effective in controlling speeding and all this stuff. So would the bang for the buck be better if we did more off-duty, more strategic off-duty, because we can control what we assign them to versus just adding another deputy that just does what the county wants them to do?
Before you guys discuss that, I wanna, so at the next meeting, I believe, it's either the next meeting or sometime in March, on your work session, I've got Davey slated to give y'all an LEO update, because I think some of the numbers that you're seeing are skewed a little bit, because we have been doing saturation events, meaning not off duty, but people coming in and just issuing tickets all day long. So I wanna see what the actual numbers are from our off duty versus the saturation.
Totally makes
events.
sense, but that's what you just understand where I'm going is like,
It should be a continued conversation about where we are with our law enforcement and how we're utilizing them.
But Jill can mark, well, we'll talk about it.
you understand the,
Yeah,
the
I
the
got it.
concept, right? Like, we have a lot more control if we're assigning off duty for certain tasks
You've
than
got
just
all
an
in your
across the board.
budget for this year, so we'll revisit that operationally, once you guys hear from Davey as to
Yes.
how effective it is. Is there anything else that we've missed? Anything else that we've missed that y'all wanna talk about towards the year? So I'm gonna ask you to do a little bit of.
Bill does.
Oh, sorry.
As we talk about, services we offer and annexation conversations, I'm just curious if there's ever going to be a time where solid waste will not be a separate fee in addition to property taxes. Will we ever absorb solid waste into our operational budget and not charge an additional fee on tax bill?
I mean, I think if we had, if and when we have that conversation, it's gonna be a wash.
Yeah,
Whether
we'll
it's.
end up raising taxes to pay for it.
I think,
No, but, I find that when we're telling people the benefits of coming in and what services we offer, I have to catch myself from saying, well, we offer solid waste, because we do, but we also charge you extra for that outside of
But
your.
we charge you a lot less and you get a significantly better service.
I think that change would come as if we were to start doing in-house, because then it would be absorbed into
We'll have that
operation.
And just figure out what $250 extra per household would cost. So, I mean,
It's, however you do it, it'll be a wash, so it's really, it's schematics, it's how you look at it.
So I just, with the revale coming, I thought it was the perfect time to just throw it out there. Is this something we want to consider absorbing, or do we want to keep charging separately for it?
My initial knee-jerk reaction is we keep it the way that it is, because at some point you'll have commercial, and at some point you'll have commercial services that are different from residential, and you need to be able to effectively charge them in the way that it needs to be.
Yeah, accordingly. But if we're doing it in-house, then that would be the time to put it in, because it would be all under operations at that point.
Only thing I would put in your ear is think about in 10 years, how much more redundancy do you want to have in staff? In office staff in different departments. That's something that we talked about in like little areas, but really didn't touch on that much. And I'm always going to encourage you at some point to consider more record keeping software. If that's 10 years down the line at this point or somewhere in the future, just to get a better handle on that.
What's the, but what's the redundancy rate that is recommended for a
I have
liability?
no clue. I mean, it's all gonna be dependent on how big your organization
Yeah,
is.
the economies of scale plays so hard into that question, you know?
You obviously have certain departments that need it, finance being one of them. And Austin being one of them too, but we've already built the redundancy with the deputy clerk, so we can only do but so much as we grow. We can't just come in and like duplicate people from the beginning. So we have to grow naturally and organically, and that's what we've been doing. I started in 2018, we had 2 full-time staff members at a time, me being one of them and the clerk being the second one. And since then, we've grown to, I think, 10 full-time staff members now. So we've naturally grown over the years, and we will naturally continue to do that based on our operational expenditures increasing. Just last year, we went up and one public works and the deputy clerk and finance. We continue to do that, but I'll note that here. Any other thing that we haven't talked about? Or give you homework? Homework.
Can I click to the next, can I click to the next slide? I really want to click to the next slide. The parking lot is closed. You will get towed. Parking lot's
So
closed.
what I've tried to start doing as we've had some downtime, so if you look at your, tomorrow, you have your goal, your mission, your vision, your goals, and we'll revisit that tomorrow to start amending things. But I want to ask you to just spend some time looking at that tonight to figure out what you want to add. I've tried to start numbering where certain things follow within goals. I haven't completed it.
Can you rewrite it so I can actually read it? I'm just kidding.
I'll turn on the button.
I said water over there instead of road.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
See it now. I might even so just start looking at those goals, figuring out what you want to manipulate, what you want to change. And figure out where some of these specific objectives and goals fall into those. These action steps fall into those goals, because I want to try to start plugging some of that stuff in tomorrow.
One more thing for your homework. I'm gonna go ahead and send you all round 2 of your survey.
That was gonna be my next question. Based on what you heard today, do you guys feel like your initial budget priorities reflect still today what they did a month ago?
I'd have to go back and.
I don't even remember how I feel like.
Well, what you saw up there, the results you saw, do you think that accurately reflected how you feel now if you've heard it?
None of that.
No,
None of that's changed.
Exactly what I put on mine.
If y'all don't think it changes, then we don't need to do it.
We don't have to redo it.
Great, I don't wanna redo it
I
then.
don't-
Wait, are we supposed
yeah.
to redo it right
I can't hear you.
now? Tonight?
He said homework for tonight.
So a lot of things that I've noticed.
So here you go.
That was,
It was roads, master planning for the Heritage District, Village Hall, Park, Heritage District Tax Overlay Consultant, Stormwater Consultant.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I.
Well, we're asking if you, after you've heard everything today, has that changed? If this is still accurate, you know, I don't have to redo it. That's gonna save us time tomorrow.
That's probably.
Okay, you guys good then?
I think we won't even do round 2.
We do need to come up with maybe a couple more goals in our goal section. This is not been modified since last year, so. Skip over to.
It's very back.
It's either in the very back or the very front.
It's in both.
To create spaces for community building, recreation, commerce, they have kind of those action steps. So if you just want to spend some time tonight, just jotting maybe some changes, it'll make the conversation go by faster, and then we can write down the actual goals. But after we recess tomorrow, I'll write down everything that you guys mentioned tomorrow in terms of changing the goals, and then I'll try to start plugging some of these things in where they fit.
Technical question.
Yes, sir.
We are essentially not recessing if we're going to a meeting where we may be discussing.
So we put out a potential quorum notice for this evening. You guys are not doing business tonight. You are meeting with another town. They're giving you a presentation. We're doing a walking tour. You guys are not making decisions. You guys are not meeting. So you're covered for tonight,
We could be talking about television.
but you're not making decisions. You're not taking any action. You're covered. No. No.
Friday, January 24th at 10 a.m.
So we'll move further discussion. You don't have to, so he wasn't listening. You don't have to.
Hey, I've got a bus.
Fade away.
Aye.
Aye. This is all,
Very
you
fast.
can turn that.